last time, we were introduced to a brand new party on a wonderfully, uh, you know, just diverse and just awesomely detailed ship that certainly was going to play a big part in all the future sessions. We went down the list, had every character introduce themselves, as well as introduced a few of the major NPCs. After introductions, the party were summoned, slightly properly introducing one another and letting them know that once landfall would be made, they were supposed to be the first boots on the ground. This was all fine and dandy, and so the party went below to have dinner, conversed with some of the more NPCs, some of each other, and went to bed for a nice, peaceful rest, waking up into a raging storm. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and despite the party's best efforts, there were casualties as the ship plunged beneath the waves. After they all were separated into various different lifeboats, a wave crashed down, overtaking the one that Drauger and Rae had found themselves in. The night grew cold and dark, and the rest of the crew that survived were left to fight for their lives. Rae and Drauger were nowhere to be seen. Levina and Chris were stuck to an overturned lifeboat alongside a few of the other crew members. As the wind and rain battered you, somehow, in spite of everything, you managed to make it to see the sunrise. For his part, Odin continuously made sure to keep everyone awake and from dipping beneath the waves. It's an arduous fight, but one that you managed to win. As the morning continues and the sun lifts higher in the sky, new sounds greet you, well above just the simple lapping of the waves against the wood overturned lifeboat. Bird calls. Not just the calls of seagulls, which had been hounding you from the morning, like from the very second you woke up, but proper tropical bird songs. Similar in a sense to those that you had heard when the Lucian had stopped for port so everyone could get some rest and resupply. And as you lift your gaze, you can see on the horizon a sprawling expanse of green with massive spires of rock jutting out along the shoreline, as well as amongst the wreckage from your ship. You notice the old and weather-battered hulks of many, many more. Pardon, I had to cough. The 4 crew members who survived and are clinging to the lifeboat with you look wearily on. Then, who has been struggling probably the most out of the entire group, looks to you, Chris.
Oh no. Baby. The baby boy.
They don't say anything, but you can see the exhaustion and worry in their expression.
Oh.
She looks to the shoreline and then back to you as you can see through the crystal clear water, coral and lively fish of vibrant colors swimming beneath you. It's this expression that seems to be asking you if she's actually seeing what she is seeing.
Well, only one way to find out. I am going to start approaching.
Give me
I am exhausted. I don't want to exist, but I'm here.
I will say you do not have a point of exhaustion. It's more of just like
mentally
physical exertion. Yeah.
Help. Mentally help.
Yeah, give me an athletics.
Okay.
Cat, I love you, but I need to take notes, and I don't need you laying on them.
An 11.
You are battered from the heavy waves and the rough rain that had abused your body the entire night. You kick off from the life raft and begin to swim towards the shoreline, and you can feel the sand beneath your feet as slowly the water recedes, and you can feel these clean, picturesque, sandy white beaches catch beneath your feet. Levina, by the way, Nox, you can go ahead and move your token.
Okay,
Levina.
As for me, question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Deal with the physical exhaustion, I know it's not hit point or level of exhaustion, but can I use my second wind to kind of like...
So, I would actually
effectively bump myself like into just like, okay, we're on the ground, deep breath, go time.
I would actually say, like, because of the exertion, you and Levina have probably taken about, let's say, 6 hit points of damage. So, yeah.
Alright, I'm down.
Shut the fuck up. But Levina, you see Chris as he kicks off from the boat and begins to swim through these crystal clear waters and then wade and then step out onto physical beach. The rest of the crew around you just seem a bit bedraggled and unsure. But what of you?
We should make landfall as soon as possible. We can't stay in the water.
Odin nods. Alas is right. Come on. Let's bring the boat to shore. There should be some store boxes right beneath the ends. Might have some supplies for us.
From my side of the boat, Levina is going to try to help them push it into the shore.
Yeah, give me an athletics.
Is it slash roll? I can't remember.
Yep, slash roll.
Oh boy, +1. 15.
Alright. Yeah, wonderful. Perfect. You, alongside Gwen and Ben, swim, pushing the lifeboat into shallower waters, while Sylvia and Odin pull. Once, Chris, you can see this all happening, and once they come close enough, Odin kind of tilts the boat up just enough, grabbing some rope from underneath and just dragging it the rest of the way to help turn it back onto its rightful side. So just put the slot here as Ven staggers past you, looking around at the beach you have found yourselves in, as well as this massive hulk that looms above you, of a ship far older than your own.
Levina's gonna come over to Chris, and she kind of like puts her hand on his shoulder and like she doesn't like try to like spin him around, but she like tries to like move him to face her, and she's like, "Are you hurt? Do you have any injuries?"
Nope. Oh. Feels good to not be floating around, though. I'm gonna secure the shoreline. Oh.
For everyone, I would like you to roll me a 1d10.
Oh boy.
Is this 2 GM, that GM thing, or?
No, just, this is open roll.
If all of us get a different number, that'll be shocking.
And it's slash roll d10.
Yep. Slash roll 1d10.
Aw, you broke the streak. We all had different numbers.
Alright, whatever number whatever number result you got, that is how many rations you have lost.
Oh no!
How many rations did I even have?
Cool.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I had 10? Damn.
I have one now. This is awesome. I'm so looking forward
I mean,
to
the druid and the cleric having no rations kind of makes sense.
To be fair, we can find food. We can make food. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine and under control.
Mike is gonna approach up the shoreline and kind of just like understanding that at this point there's kind of the understanding that everything's a bit of a mess, is going to approach while drawing his sword.
Yes, of course. As you draw your sword and make your way up these picturesque beach, these colorful birds watch you alongside seagulls. And you can see along the shoreline, probably like closer towards the tree line, a lizard skitters off. Gwen turns to Sylvia. Diligent. I think we are. And as you hear this question, you can see diligent Sylvia is silent, just staring at the tree line. Levina, over with you and Odin, you watch as the lockbox is in at either end of the longboat. He tries to crack them open, and then You see an expression of disappointment as he realizes that they did not survive very well during your trip to shore. He pulls out a few waterlogged rations well past the point of edibility, but he does manage to find a water skin that seems to have survived intact. Well, first priority needs to be finding food. I've been through enough at sea to know that any chance of survival is gonna need a fresh source of water.
I say first, check yourself for injuries, and then we can talk about next step.
That is right. Check yourselves over. Make sure no bumps or scrapes, no cuts, nothing infected. Chris, I suppose you'll take the lead here, son.
Yeah.
Alright then, Captain. What should we do?
Oh shit, that's being asked to me. Oh god.
Yeah, and you can see, like, he's giving you, like, a soft, like, lighthearted grin. It's clear he's trying to ease some of the tension right now.
Well, I think our first objective is to find a place out of the sun. So looks at the side of the boat, thinks about it, shakes his head. So no, our first thing was we should try to find the others. There were other boats. They're
Aye.
probably going to be along this shoreline too.
That note, we will move over to a different part of this island. So let me just shift you over here. Cosmo, you can see, yes?
I can, and I have found the tokens.
Perfect, wonderful.
It's
Also-
playing hide and go seek.
Also, I can only see Ken's name. That's it.
That's actually...
And Mike, check. Your thing is fading out.
Yeah, no, I started mumbling and I started rambling. So, for most of the NPCs that you guys have already met, I turned off visibility of those,
okay.
so that it wouldn't get super cluttered. If you do need me to bring them back up, feel free to ask. But, Aelea, you've probably made landfall within the past 5 minutes or so, as you awaken to the sunrise with a bedraggled group of survivors. You watch as one of the seasoned sailors that made it off the ship steers the longboat skillfully underneath a grand rock arch and up onto the shoreline. Oz is... Did I say Oz? I meant Fable. Jesus Christ. Fable is passed out. He looks haggard. But out, you can see this gorgeous, grand, expansive tree line, lush jungle, colorful birds, and colorful fish in the water. Much of this longboat's I would say crew, but we'll just say what's the word I'm looking for? We'll call it.
Occupants?
Yeah, it was a different word, but we'll go with the occupants. It'll probably come to me much later, and I'm gonna kick myself in the teeth for it because it's a very whatever.
It happens.
You watch as Elin stumbles out and just kind of like falls for a second, then picks himself up and just kneels into the sand. Elric seems quiet as he steps out and assesses the situation, while a few of the other just seem to be in a bit of a daze, both a mix of wonderment, confusion, concern, like the full 9 yards.
What they stopped through our adventure. Is everyone alright?
The sailor, who you'd come to have learned his name as Ken, nods to you. I'm alright. Not sure about the rest of you folk.
Well, she'll take a look over who she can see. Are there any, like, obvious glaring wounds that she can see?
Let me just check something real quick, because I think... alright. You can see Kayla is holding her arm slightly, but they're, like, aside from her seeming to, like, trying to keep her arm hidden, or at the very least is supporting it and focusing on it a bit more than the others, no one else seems to be obviously injured.
Did we have a doctor on our ship that Aelea would be aware of?
You did.
Oh, no.
They don't
That's
seem
it.
to be with the group
Did.
now.
Okay. Do I know if they made it onto a rowboat?
No.
No idea whether they did or didn't, or they
Yeah,
definitely
you
did
have
not. They
no
did.
idea. You have no idea.
Okay. Hmm. What is wrong with your arm? Will you let me see it?
Oh, I think I just sprained it slightly when everything was happening. And she hesitates for a moment before, offering it slit. You can see as she tries to lift it, she does wince, and around her elbow there appears to be a bit of bruising and swelling. If you want, you can make a medicine check.
I can sure try. I don't have proficiency, but let's just see. Oh, I forget. I always forget it rolls with advantage. That's a 14.
Why is it rolling with a...
It's not. It rolls 2 dice by default on the sheet. So
yeah,
if it's
don't
disadvantage or advantage.
don't use
I'll just roll
the sheet.
normally. Yeah.
There's also up on the side. There's like a little D20 icon. You can always just like click that,
Ooh.
and it will automatically roll.
Noted.
See?
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
14. You can tell at a glance that it's not super severe. Thankfully, it's not. It doesn't look like a break, but it's something that might need more attention as you all get settled.
Try not to move it in a way that will hurt you, but we may have more to worry about right now. Does anyone know where we are? Have you seen anyone else?
No, I have not. As you watch as Elric just kind of sidles past, and he pulls like this long bit of fabric out from his shirt. It's like either like a handkerchief or an ascot, whatever. He just takes it, rips it a bit, and steps towards Kayla, wrapping the arm and making a makeshift
Like a sling?
sling, yes. A makeshift sling. I kept thinking cast, and I was like, no, that's not a cast. What the fuck? Oh, dude. Can you tell work has fried my brain a little bit? Anyways.
It'd be like that.
It do be.
Thank you.
Well, no faffing about.
I could see about getting a bearing from above, yes. If we think perhaps the rest of the Lucian crew may be nearby, or perhaps a settlement. Probably not, but we can hope, can't we?
That might be a good idea, miss. Just be careful up there.
Will do.
You watch as
Sure.
Ken kind of like leans down and just like pats Elin on the shoulder.
Yeah. Arlene's gonna make sure her wings are fine and dry enough to fly, and then she'll see what she can see from, a little bit in the air. We don't want to go too far up, but hopefully we want to see more of the shoreline.
Right. So how high up are you going?
Let's say 60 feet up for now.
Okay. So, Levina, Aelea, and Chris, give me perception checks.
Nice. 13.
13. Five.
21!
There's a little bit too much to focus on for Chris and Levina, but Aelea, as you fly up, you notice another overturned life raft. It's a bit waterlogged, it's been flipped onto its side, and as you squint, you can see some movement about it within an old hulk that has been long since beached. And that said, then, I'm going to move you over here. Just let me drop that. Come on. Drop that there. Nope. There. Why is this not behaving? Which token is being the dick?
Me.
I knew it. Alright, let me just put that on, and move you. Wrong. Very wrong. Move. 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 There we go.
Whee! Okay. Awesome.
Alright, so now you should be able to see the others.
Yay! Okay, yeah. So she'll make her way over, I think.
In the meantime, while this is happening, we will return back to Chris and Levina. Levina, it doesn't seem as though any other members of the group have any major injuries. A few scrapes, a little bit of, like, chafing from the salt water, but nothing severe, nothing life-threatening.
Alright.
Odin and Ven have already, like, started setting to work, kind of, like, pulling off, like, bits of wood from the shipwreck, checking it over to see, you know, the quality, if it could be useful for either building or fire. And Chris, it seems like Gwen is going to be following you.
Cross the leg.
It's alright. Thankfully, I didn't get too hurt.
Does she have a weapon on her at all?
It looks as though she has a longbow, just kind of like slung over one shoulder. It's a miracle that it stayed attached, but you can also see like there's almost like a white knuckle grip, like against the actual limb.
Does she have any ammo? That's the more interesting question now.
Yeah, she just pulls out like a
she...
clip and just loads it like a pistol.
you can see she has a bag, but it, you know, you don't like see a noticeable quiver.
Gotcha.
It's there's two possibilities. It's either she just is completely butt-fuck out of ammo, or she has some spares inside the pack that she just has stashed away and hasn't pulled out yet.
Makes sense. Well, let's get to looking around then.
Levina, what are you going to be doing?
So you said, what is it, middle mouse to ping?
You could just click and hold.
Oh, right. So this guy and this guy are gathering wood, you said?
Yeah. Odin and Ven are checking over the wreck, seeing if there's anything of value.
And her?
Sylvia is sitting on the rock, seeming to kind of collect herself.
Gotcha.
You can see from a distance she's, like, behind her eyes, like, there's plans that are, like, going through her mind. She's kind of, like... She's in the middle of, like, centering herself as well as, like, just trying to get a bearing on the situation.
Levina's gonna approach Sylvia. Hey, I know you're kinda frazzled right now, but when you get a moment, do you think you could help me try to pull stuff in from the water? Maybe there's a crate or a barrel or something we can salvage?
Oh, I think it's best that you follow with Chris right now. You can scout the beach along the way, see if anything else is washed up. I'm just gonna...
Shout if you need something, alright?
Of course.
I'll go
what did
catch up.
Hey.
Gods above. I don't know what to say.
It's a bit of a party. DM does so she's a history person. So is this I do have my sword out.
Right.
Does anyone notice anything off? I guess is my question.
I guess like roll insight. And
Or
Levina, if you want, you can also roll history on Chris's sword.
scared.
History.
I ended up with the historian.
I have a good history. That's a 15.
Oh my god, you spelt it history.
I did, yeah.
I'm going to send you something in your group chat.
Oh god.
That is the sword of instant explosions, known only wielded by the Dragon King.
It's the sword. It's the sword of Nah.
It's the sword of No You. It has counterspell.
I would love a sword with counterspell.
That'd be so
you know how
funny.
fucking funny that would be? It'd just be smacking the shit out of the spell. Like disintegrate, like they shoot a fireball and you just hit it like a baseball.
I know there's swords with dispel magic. That one's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the Hammer of Disruption or something, where you just use it to bash walls of like force open.
Yeah, and also anybody hit has loses all enchantment spells on them.
Bonk.
Yeah, it's the same as the Helm of Disruption. It's an anti-enchantment thing. I don't quote me, but I'm like 90% certain.
I'm thinking of the Magician's Judge. That is.
Just, I'm pretty certain it also makes sure that they're back to their change. It reverts a changeling back to their form.
All right, I have sent you the knowledge. You guys can continue moving.
I would say you won't even need a good insight because Levina visibly is like looking at the sword.
Just my eyes are up here, looking as.
Where'd you get that?
Not good people.
I feel like that's putting it a little lightly, yeah. Did your dad serve? Or...
My grandfather.
Gwen glances between you two. It's just a sword. Nothing too crazy about it. Right?
Well, all swords come from somewhere. Every nation has their own kind of weapons and manufacturing ways, and this one just has a particular one.
Gwen shrugs. It's like the sense of like she understands, but like doesn't understand the fixation. But anyways, you guys can go ahead and start moving.
Yeah. Do you know the history of swords like this, Levina?
I have a vague idea. I know the general gist of it, but there's likely more to it than I have been able to learn.
Oh, I just remembered. Like this whole time, I was like trying to cause there was a voice I was practicing for Gwen. Cause like the last one I used for her during session 1, I was like, nah, I don't like it. And this whole time I've been trying to remember what the fuck it was, because it's been a minute. And now I remember what it is. So there might be a bit of a switch.
Fair.
But at this point, you would hear the flapping of wings as a shadow descends upon you.
I think bonus action, I'm clicking the sword on.
Oh god! It's a souse! A seagull of unusual size!
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Are you fucking kidding me?
Shut
I am not
the
vegan.
fuck your mouth.
This is like when I hear news from like an irreparable source, so I have to ask for the souse.
As you click it on, you notice
Flashbang.
Aelea lowering in altitude. What's the
Immediately
save for
clicking
the
the
flashbang?
Think it's not a save for the flashbang. The thing just has 40 feet, like 80 feet of, an 80-foot radius of light.
Well, if
It's a beacon
no one,
of God.
Yeah, if no one knew you were there now, like, if no one knew you were there at first, they know
daytime.
you're there now. It's
Daytime.
Yeah, but it's also a fucking beacon.
Yeah, it's 40 foot of bright light, and then 40-foot radius of bright light, and then 40-foot radius of dim light past that.
Yeah, no, there probably isn't much. Like, jokes aside, there probably isn't much of a difference because you are in bright light right now. You're in the fucking sunlight.
Yeah, so my sword just catches fire.
Yeah, you just had, like, Aelea, you come down and Chris' sword is on fire.
Oh,
It is good to be prepared, but I am not here to hurt you. We are just a ways down the shore. Is everyone okay here?
Oh, thank the gods. There's no
Turning off the
survivors.
Oh yes.
I was concerned for a moment. Ah, Aelea,
I
lass.
am.
Good to see you.
Good
Glad
to
you
see
made it
you.
ashore.
Yes. No one is too injured. Well, we are. One has a sprain that will need to be taken care of, but it seems that all of you are all right. Yes. We should regroup.
I was about to ask, is it just you? Are there more?
No, there are more. Something like 8, I think.
2, 6, 7.
Close.
Including you.
8 of us, including myself. So we should, we could come here. There is not much where we were. Not that I have had a chance to look, but we could meet here and I could look for more. It is good to see all of you all right.
Yeah, mostly what we have over here is our turned over boat, and we have this wreckage. Mighty Overlord DM.
Yeah, hi.
Could Levina roll history on the boat to maybe see where it's from?
Oh, fucking absolutely! Goddamn, yeah!
Uh-oh.
That is a 10. I am
Buddy.
I am getting all the
It's because you
average.
didn't spell. It's because you didn't spell histo.
Yeah. Can I reroll if I spell it with histowe?
You know what? Sure.
Yeah.
It has to be histo.
Histowe.
It has to be histowe.
There you were so right.
Histo.
From now on, you can never call it history again. It has to be history.
All right, you got it. It's the rule now.
Oh my god. You can tell that, you know, despite the rot, the age, the weathering, and the damage from the waves, this is a very old expeditionary vessel. It appears to be a hull of Concordian make, but it's harder to tell with only 2 sections still intact. And unfortunately, the name is long gone.
We're just
Probably put it within, like, the maybe 50, 60 years. In that ballpark. But even then, that's also kind of like still a bit of a guess, given being on the beach, being battered by waves, whatever other kinds of weather comes with it, definitely does not help the aging process.
The only thing we have on our side is this old, looks to be Concordian expedition vessel, which I mean, I think the only real use of it is firewood.
Fortunately, it looks as though the wood might be a bit too waterlogged. I to say myself that Vin and I took a bit of a look. It doesn't seem that there's going to be anything of use here. It could burn, but it won't burn for long. If that makes any kind of sense.
It's not sustainable. The inside is eaten, not the outside. If you try to cook it, it'll just make air bubbles, and it won't properly burn.
I probably use it to start fires, but
And
not to
what
sustain.
about... There was still one more boat with Rae and Drauger on it. Have we seen that?
I have not had the chance yet, but I could keep looking. I think it is best to regroup who we have for now. So I will go back and let them know to head this way, yes?
As you mentioned Rae and Jogger, Chris, you see movement from Ven's hands. You know what? Let's see how good you are at sign language. Give me insight.
Oh boy. I can't actually pick... I would have picked sign language as a language, but it's not available in the 2014 version, which is the version we're currently using, 12.
Is it in the 2020 version?
Yeah,
It's
they have
only
a common
2024.
sign language in
Oh,
the new
that's
edition.
cool.
Like,
Yeah.
if it's 2024, like, I would, and, like, you want, like, you were planning on would have taken it.
Yeah, because I ended up picking Sylvan, but Sylvan didn't really fit. I was going to go common, elvish, common sign.
Like, I will allow you to take common sign language.
Dick.
Is that, like, you angry with me?
No, I said sick as in a good way.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yeah,
I know my
I heard
tone of
dick.
voice is default. My tone of voice is default. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it sounded like you said dick, not sick. There was no S, there was a D.
Oh,
Wow, you can have the language that you wanted. Okay, dick.
Yeah, I thought you were upset because, like, you had, like, chosen something and, like, settled, and it's like, no. Yeah, you can actually see that she is, you know, in no uncertain terms, she says that she saw a giant wave crash over Rae and Jogger. But
Well, if ours, I'm gonna look at them and then think on it and just go, well, if we made it this far with a flipped over boat, I think they definitely can find a way.
and on that note,
We pan over to their 2 dead corpses. Reintroduce your
Yeah.
characters.
yeah, hey,
oh no! Episode 2 starting off with a bang.
Rae, you awaken to water lapping against you. Your body feels a bit heavy, not even just in a waterlogged form. Jogger, and this is Jogger. You also, in a more groggy state, find yourself kind of like white knuckle clinging to the remnants of the life raft you were in. Not life raft, the longboat you were in. Somehow you're alive. Are they gone? Are they here?
We're here. You just put the 2 quietest people next to each other. Yes.
Congratulations!
Oh,
Talk.
Yeah.
Congratulations, it's time.
Yeah.
You are a bit quiet, Adam.
Better.
Yeah, better.
Sorry, I forgot I have adjustable volume on my microphone.
Yeah, there you go.
I never
Right.
want to see the water again.
Yeah.
Don't care if we need it to survive. I don't want it.
Understandable.
He in one piece. And no bits floating.
Kind of just checking around. I think so. I got all 9 toes.
9.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want the answer to that question. And Rae is going to push herself up out of the water.
You know, when you're fighting, you do kind of lose parts. The fact it was just a toe is something else.
Yeah.
Anyway, where are we?
My best guess is probably we've arrived at our destination. Courtesy of powers beyond and water.
Oh, goody, I guess.
I mean, we're alive for God knows how long, but we're here, we made it. Is
Jogger, you being closer can see the scribe that you and Rae had pulled into the boat. She is unconscious on the beach, but you can see a bit of movement from her as her chest rises and falls. She's still alive.
Walk over. Hey, you there? Just one swift pound straight to the chest.
do not. That's not how you help someone who might have water in their lungs. And Ray's going to help her sit back and not hard, but
yeah.
like,
Before
pat
you can,
her lower back.
yeah, before you can even do that, like you watch as she kind of like rolls over to her side and like vomits up a bit from the impact, and then she does.
I mean,
She
it
does
worked.
allow you to kind of help her into a softer position.
And that is why we don't hit an unconscious person in the chest.
But it worked.
Just because it worked doesn't mean it's welcome. Alright, how are you feeling?
I can't believe I'm alive. By the gods, I thought I saw the gates of Elysium.
Might have been the lightning that closed.
How did we get here?
Can I
What?
see the boat we came in on?
Yes, you were in it. It's right next to you, right there.
I'll just point to that and be like, that is how we got here?
She stares at it, almost in disbelief.
Yeah, not entirely sure if you completely remember, but we did go under, and we made it out. Despite it all.
Does she look like she's rough?
She looks like she's seen better days, given that you all had just woken up after being lost at sea and nearly drowned.
Alright,
She takes her hand and gives a small prayer to the god Didos for the luck he surely gave to your little trio.
I'll just hit her with the level 1 cure wounds. And she gets 2 health points back.
It definitely looks, even though it's only 2 health points, it definitely looks like it's enough to like kind of put some color back in her cheeks. She seems a bit less strained, a bit more lively.
She'll wake you up a
reminder,
bit.
civilians don't exactly have a lot of health.
Alright, same question goes for you that I asked our friend here. You're all in one piece, yes? Nothing's missing, nothing's floating out at sea?
As far as I am aware, yes. It's just... Well, she looks at, what's left of her soggy bag. Seems I've lost a bit of supplies.
Yeah, I think we all have at this point.
We have to think on the good side is that we're all alive, we're all here, and once we set up that settlement that we are supposed to, granted with a lot less people, we can find a way to make paper.
Yeah. Okay.
She does glance over, and we do have fresh water, so that's a plus side.
Oh god, don't... yeah, I don't want to be next to the water.
It's better than dying of dehydration. Would you
That's
rather
good.
drink salt water or fresh water?
Fair.
I'd rather drink alcohol right now.
Gods, I could actually use a
That's the
drink.
truth.
I'm taking a wild guess that none of the boats survived, so we don't even have the option to look in the front
No.
part.
No, it's what you see is what you got.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start making my way up this way to the wood line here.
Oh, I never really got to introduce myself to you two. My name is Lillian.
Lillian. It was nice to meet you. And I'm glad that you have survived.
I wish it was under better circumstances, of course. I'm going to go fill a water skin.
Am I able to see if any of these flowers have edible fruit on them?
Oh, absolutely. Give me a nature. Nature or survival, whichever works best for you.
Nature it is. 17.
Nice.
So, they're not at the exact edge, but a little bit deeper in, there are a few berry bushes, it seems. It's not much, but it's definitely enough to put some food in your belly, and around you, you can also hear the bird songs, which, easy source of protein there, especially if you find the nests. And some of the palm trees also have some coconuts dangling from them.
Cool. So I'll gather up some of the berries, try and get some of the coconuts down. And just gather it up and bring it back over to everybody here. How much would you say I got for at least coconuts and berries?
Yeah, just go ahead and give me a survival.
17.
Awesome. Roll me, we'll say 1d8.
3.
You would get about 5 rations worth.
Nice. Alright, well, I got some coconuts and some berries from the woods over here.
After a moment, Lillian does come back with a couple water skins. Have some fresh water.
Alright, that's
Thanks.
good, that's good.
Have a coconut.
Thank you. She takes it graciously.
Alright, I think I missed it. What time of day is it approximately? Is it like early morning?
It is like probably about 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning.
Alright, which side is the sun on just to get compass bearings?
So
Of what
it
east and west
seems.
is.
Yep. So, let me see. Does this show up for you?
Yes.
So, the sun is rising in this direction.
Alright, so where we are right now on the beach, south is towards the water, north is towards the island.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so from what I can gather right now, north is towards the tree line, south is towards the water, just so we are orientated. We gotta make a reminder not to drink the water right away. We should probably boil it before anything, so that we know it's drinkable, it's safe.
Understandable.
All right.
I'm unsure if anybody else's boats have capsized, so we might want to try to take a look for them, either for bodies or alive people. Bodies we bury. Alive people we obviously don't bury, unless they're assholes.
At the very least, the coconuts should have something drinkable in it.
Oh, absolutely.
We should probably crack them open and hydrate before moving on. Gather our strength.
Is my axe anywhere along the beach?
Oh, you have your axe.
Yippee! Here, hand it over. I'll open it for you.
Give them all
hands
the
it over.
coconuts.
I think some of them we should leave closed for now, just so everything stays fresh. Or as fresh as they can.
Understandable. I'll put. How many do you think I got? Like 5, you said?
Yeah, about 5, and then combined with the berries, it all totals to about 5 rations.
Alright, so I'll put 2 of the coconuts in the bag, and then that way there's 1 coconut for each of us.
Rae will open up the coconut for Lillian.
She nods, and obviously, because it's split in half, she portions it out, so, there's half in one, half in the other, and she offers it to one of you.
Oh, I'm all set. We still have 4 more coconuts for all of us, so that's all yours.
She nods, and just takes big gulps.
I'll toss another coconut to Rae so they can have one, and I'll just split one open with a scimitar.
Rae will save it away for later.
Does it-
So...
Do the coconuts taste decent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They
Okay,
taste
good.
they taste fresh. The liquid inside is a bit sweet. Sweeter than normal water, but it's reinvigorating. It's enough to almost kind of ease a lot of the roughness from your survival escapade. It alleviates some of the stress from your bones. After finishing taking a drink, downing all the liquid, you watch as Lillian bends down, picks up an old shell, pours a bit of water on it to just clean off the sand, and then seems to kind of use it to scrape some of the coconut flesh.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah,
Want some?
have some berries with it too.
Oh, thank you. She kind of mixes it in with the now kind of shredded-ish coconut. So,
We getting creative over here.
hey, shit, dude.
Hey, if we thriving. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah,
but
you guys are fucking thriving right now, for real.
we got coconuts, we got berries. All we need is a fire. We could just set up a nice little camp here and let people come to us.
I think you guys probably had the worst time of it on the ocean of anybody. I think you deserve a minute of rest.
It fucking balances out. Yeah, no, she offers some of the berry coconut mix, to each of you.
Right.
Rae will take a little bit.
It's very good. Like, the
deciding
acidity
factor now.
of the fruit helps balance out the sweetness of the coconut.
Alright, time to decide what we're doing. Whew. Well, we ate. So there's that. We got water.
I think that we should look for, or at least some of us should, one of us should try to look for the others while two stay here, just to make sure that everything stays okay. I think once we find other people, if we find other people, we should probably set up camp around the fresh water, just so we can have that as,
Right.
fresh water important. We have food sources, we have fish, although I'm not entirely sure how much meat is going to be on those colorful things. Anyways.
Hey, any meat's better than no meat.
Ah, that's true.
Alright. I will start gathering leaves and sticks and anything else we may need in order to build a shelter and a fire. Hopefully with enough smoke, people will see it and be able to locate us easier.
And I will say that Lillian is actually going to kind of like help you collect some firewood for this. So roll survival with advantage.
Survival with advantage. Oh boy.
It's to be, you can, yeah. So it's gonna be slash roll, 2d20 KH1 plus modifier.
10.
You're just making a campfire, so it's good.
Yeah, I'm literally just gathering like leaves and stuff because I know
You're not able to find any materials that are like good enough for like shelter yet. That's not exactly your wheelhouse, but for a campfire, definitely, you know, you find the resources you need to, you know, pile up, and all you need is just to light it.
Yes,
Question,
right now.
Do I see in the distance this? Or
Do
no?
you see what? Oh,
This in the distance?
Yeah, you would see the wooden skeleton of a shipwreck. You
Right.
wouldn't be able to see like the whole picture of it, but you do see it over the horizon.
So
Bits and pieces.
my plan or my vote, I shouldn't say plan. If we go over to that wrecked ship over there, we may be able to find some more supplies. Also, it is a very noticeable landmark.
That's true.
So shall we head that way?
I
I'm
think
willing
that
to follow.
I think
Sorry.
that'll be a good. Is I gonna say? I think that'll be a good idea.
All right.
Light that fire up, and hopefully all the smoke will draw someone.
We can hope.
We can hope. Come on, Bessie.
I'm going to give you control of Lillian, so you can just go ahead and move her with you guys. She's following along.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can see wreckage from the Lucienne and possibly even some of her sister ships washing up onto the shoreline.
Do we see any crates intact?
Well, go ahead, give me perception.
I would like to say before they moved over, Rae would have lit the palms on fire. Or, like, not the trees, but, like, the pile.
Right,
Love it.
right.
Oh, because it's dark smoke. When you
Mhm.
burn leaves.
You would be able to notice a couple intact crates.
Can I also make a check for that?
Yeah, go for it.
Is it perception?
Yes. A few of them
No.
appear to be submerged on the shoreline, so it's hard to tell if whatever they contain is still good, but there are a few that have washed up.
I will start cracking crates.
Go for it.
Ray will go towards the ones that are in the water. Are they, like, enough that you don't have to swim? And, like, you can just crouch to grab?
It would be something you'd have to swim and probably dive for.
You know what? I've had enough trauma of that since last session. I'm not going to do that, actually. So Ray will start help cracking.
Question. Is my hammer still attached to the rope? Do I still have that?
Yes.
Can I try and use that to fish the crates out of the water?
You know what? Yeah, sure. I would say make a ranged attack. Do you have proficiency in improvised weapons?
Nope. Wait, hold
All
on.
right.
That's only Barbarian and Tavern Brawler.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah. So this is going to be a flat roll then.
So just 1d20?
Yep, 1d20 plus mod.
Didn't work.
Oh, yeah. So, you forget to hold on tight enough to the other end of the rope. And you just hear a plunk. And then the rest of the rope just kind of like sploosh, following into it.
8 points.
Well, there goes my hammer and rope.
I mean, you can get it back after you're feeling more up for the water.
Yeah, we can hope. Anyway, let's see what's on these dry land crates. And I'll take my scimitar and... Or no, I have a crowbar. I'm going to take my crowbar and just start propping crates with it.
Alright, yeah, go ahead, give me investigation.
Do I get advantage if somebody is helping me more?
If they have, the, like, expertise or, proficiency in the same skill.
I do not have it for perception or investigation.
I don't have it either. Alright. 5.
The first couple crates, you crack them open, and the materials aren't exactly what you were hoping for. There's some old food supplies that have clearly been spoiled by the sea. Water and salt had gotten in and just destroyed it. As for the others, nothing usable. Aside from the wood.
Well, at least we have a couple of usable crates. Nothing really in here except moldy food.
All right. Ray is going to start taking her boots off. It's time to go diving.
Oh boy! Alright, what is your con mod?
Con mod is +2.
Alright, so you can hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Okay.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna go look for more coconuts and berries.
Alright. Yeah, you can also see just, like, as you're going up, like a hermit crab just kind of skitters past. Go ahead and roll me survival. Same with you, Ray, because... Actually, nah, not survival. I would say... Yeah, you know what? I will say survival for you as well, because you're diving for stuff.
Yeah.
I got a 6.
First and foremost, I would like to say Ray grabs his hammer for him.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, go for it.
Yippee!
Yep. And yippee in a survival. That's a nat 20.
Oh my
Voted!
good
The
golly
goat!
fucking
Let's
gosh.
go!
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, you find a almost pristine looking crate underneath the waves. And with a bit of... just give me... what's your base strength?
18.
Yeah, with just a little bit of effort, you manage to pull it from where it has come to rest and drag it back up onto shore. Takes very little effort to crack it open after you get it on, because, I mean, you have Jogger's hammer, just crack.
Mhm.
And you find an assortment of what appear to be camp supplies.
Holy shit.
So it's a couple tents, some bedrolls, as well as some not heavy duty stuff, but like just some like field cooking utensils and cookware.
Oh, if Odin's made it, he's gonna be happy to hear about this one.
As for Jogger, aside from the hermit crab you passed by, you only find like maybe a handful more berries.
Man,
Not enough to make a ration, but enough to supplement.
we should have just stayed on the other side. There's nothing over here.
The brother.
There are coconuts, but you just were not able to shake them down this time. Either they're too green, or you just didn't have the force you needed.
Alright, so good news from this crate. We got some camping supplies and not exactly heavy duty, but some cookware. Got bedrolls, tents, so we can easily set up some sort of makeshift campsite to protect from the sun and from the wind, because it's going to get cold at night.
Yeah. Hey, let's set up a fire then so we can get all this dried off.
Oh yeah. Alright, we got the big one going already, so if we just keep on fueling it, we'll be able to dry this off in no time.
Sounds like a plan. I'll start going and cutting more leaves and branches and everything else that we need.
Ray will start
And
dragging
maybe I'll
the
get
crate
one of
back
those
over.
damn coconuts down this time.
Is there still more crates in the water?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
With a 24, would Ray be able to keep on going back for one or two more if they're light enough?
I will allow you to grab up another one.
You
Rather than one that's like underwater, it's more like bobbing along the surface. That just it's just being tossed and turned instead of actually being brought in.
Mm-hmm.
So this time you're able to just drag it in, crack it open, and you're able to find. Let's see here. Let's see. How kind do I want to be to you?
So kind. Very kind. Do you know what we've been through, DM? Do you know?
I
know.
almost
You
I
must
put
know
it
what
through
we've
you.
been through.
I
We
put you through it.
We
You would
almost
love to
died.
be
We all have
so kind to us.
we almost died. We all have tragic backstories. You want to be so nice right now?
Yeah, yeah.
I've already died, so I mean,
Oh, you got better.
I got better.
Yeah, you got better.
She turned me into a newt.
I will say, go ahead and just roll me d6.
Please be alcohol. Please be alcohol. Please be alcohol. Please be alcohol. 1. It's not alcohol.
There's a couple empty bottles that appear to have, like, it's stuff that's more used for the distillation of salt water, that sort of stuff, gathering of fresh water, but you do manage to find a
Funny
proper
Mike.
pack of rations. So,
Let's go.
dried meats, some nuts, more than berries and coconuts.
There we go. That's what we're looking for.
You also find a fishing rod.
Fishing rod. Let's go.
No
Woohoo!
bait, but you do find a fishing rod.
We have bait. We are good.
We have Elric.
I was gonna say the moldy food, but that works too.
Yay!
Oh, I also
Well-
just drew out where like the tents I would set up, so then that way they can dry to this small little fire here, and then
Yeah,
this is
of
gonna be
course.
the big fire that's just protruding smoke.
Well, I thought the fire
The other one was like,
over here.
yeah, over here. We make another one.
You probably don't want like the smoky fire right here, so we'll just there. How about that? How about there?
A second fire has hit the beach.
Oh!
I'm sorry.
Right. While you guys are having
Thriving.
while you guys are thriving, we are going to go back to the other group. As everyone is making their way over towards the big shipwreck after Aelea has filled them in. Why is it so fucking hard to, like, grab you dickheads now? Come on. You know what? Yeah, there we go.
They're all wet. They're all slippery. What do you mean?
Odin, thank the gods that you're still alive. The sea has loved me far too much to just take me like that now. Sure, whatever belly the beast I was swallowed up by, just spit right back out. You can see a sense of relief on diligent Sylvia's face as she notices that she counts more heads in the group. And notices that Fable is amongst them. Levina, much to your dismay, you notice that Elric is among the survivors as he is helping Caleb.
Unfortunately, he is alive.
Unfortunately, he did survive.
Power word kill. I pull off my disguise and it's me, a Serac, the Lich himself.
Fable looks a bit exhausted as he passes by, nodding to the diligent, looking around at everyone, looking to Aelea, looking to Levina, Chris. So, what do we do now?
I could keep looking for the others. I do not know who I would find, but for now we should start to get a bearing, yes? Start up a little bit of shelter if we can find it while the day is bright, yes?
That seems like a completely reasonable plan, Aelea. Chris. Levina.
Yes.
Both of you were the heads of your respective groups. Levina, you for the archaeology, and Chris, you for the woodworking and such.
Mic check. I can't really hear you. There we go.
Well, that's a volume check if I've ever seen one.
Why don't you two take charge and organize what everyone should be doing?
Sounds good to me.
Alright.
Levina's gonna approach Chris. Alright, how do you want to split these teams up? Do you want to go with our respective strong suits?
That would be preferable, though I'm decent at logistics, but mostly for allocating resources, so I can meet up with everybody, see what we're working with, see what we need. Do you maybe want to grab some people, see if we can find consistent food, berries, fruit, because we don't have any more fruit.
Fruit is going to be a priority. Even if we have all the food on the world, if we don't have anything for disease, that's going to take us out faster. I would say, do you think you could have 1 or 2 people scout the shorelines for any incoming supplies from the wreckage?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I'm gonna grab a couple people and I guess we'll head out.
Yeah.
I personally am bad with names. Is it possible you can make them visible?
Yeah, of course. So, some of them you have not met yet.
Right.
Or at least you haven't gotten their names yet. So, I'm just going to make the names of the ones you do know visible.
Understood.
Still. Okay.
I'm loving that Gwen and Aelea both have their heads tilted back in that smug way. I think it's really funny.
Oh, speaking of which, I never got to pop yours up.
Yay!
At least I don't think I did.
I
No,
don't believe
'cause
so.
mine was Spirit Forge before.
Alright.
Levina is gonna look to... Of the people here, was Kayla the one who had the injured arm?
Yes. You
Okay.
can actually see that Elric has put her arm in a sling, a makeshift sling of sorts.
She's going... Levina will point to... Elric, of course. Sylvia. Gwen. And... Elend. Or Eland.
Eland.
Eland. She's gonna point to those 4. And obviously say their names too, like, alright, Elric, Sylvia, Gwen, Eland. You wanna help me look through the woods?
Gwen stands up, kind of stretches a bit. You can see, like, she almost kind of, like, flexes her muscles a bit as she takes her longbow off her shoulder. It's about time. I thought that you would never ask. But as much as I am suited to the forests, perhaps you and yours could search the beach. I will take charge of, let's say, perhaps hunting down some of the birds that are currently annoying us.
It's less so about hunting in the forest and more so about finding out what supplies there are.
Of course, I know my way around the jungle, I know my way around the forest. It is why I was hired on, is it not, Sylvia? You are a very skilled tracker. That's for sure. Survivalists, it's one of the big reasons, yes.
I still think it's best if some of us also check out the forest. There's only so much ground one person can cover.
Well, that is why I'm saying I will take the group. You'll stick with yours. And, well, my hope is that you can find... Hold on. Come with me. As Gwen steps away and just kind of motions you along. As you pass by, you can see Odin has pulled out a silver case, as well as an ivory pipe, shaking it out, just kind of like checking to make sure it's not waterlogged, and just strikes a match and lights the pipe. I was hoping that perhaps... Well... We're kind of floundering around a bit here, are we not? Maybe finding the captain or someone from a proper leadership position would be beneficial, you know?
I tried to find the captain during the storm.
Yes, but we have not exactly left our landing now, have we? What I'm saying is, I will take the woods, you take the beach, and perhaps you could find more survivors, or someone who might have a better plan of what we should be doing.
Who do you plan to take with you?
Well, I will be taking Eland, and I will be taking Elric. But instead of Sylvia, I would probably take Ken. He is more of a rugged sort. He probably knows his way around an axe or a hammer. Would be very useful in gathering some firewood, and Eland and Elric will be useful in identifying safe-to-eat flora and other sorts of fruit. Herbs, the like.
Alright. If possible, just bring back one of everything if you can. Like, if you find a berry that you can't identify, just bring one back, because maybe someone else can figure it out.
Of course. And if it is something edible, we can mayhaps try to plant in soil, and perhaps... This is very hopeful that we will survive the first week, but think long term, right?
Oh, and also, I don't know if you would be able to find much material for it, but if possible, we should also start marking off areas that we know where we can find something.
Of course. In that case, I might want to bring Coril with me. He is of the... not the archivists. It might be helpful in cartography.
I'm not familiar with them. Could you point them out for me?
Oh, yes, that man there with the dashing feathered cap.
Right, okay.
And now that you've been partially introduced, I will apply the name tag.
Levina will pass over... Whoop, oh no, I opened the wrong thing. I had it open. There we are. To Gwen, Levina will pass them the tinderbox, the 10 torches, and the 50 feet of rope from the explorer's pack.
Thank you. This will be very useful.
Alright,
Elric,
good luck.
Eland, Coil, to you. Flight through. And as you head back, the selected expeditionary members start falling in.
Alright, Levina comes on back. I guess on the way back, she first stops by and goes, hey, I'm sorry, I never got your name.
My name is Kedron.
Ketrin, you said?
Kedron.
Kedrin.
It's with a D, not a T.
Levina Faraday of the expedition crew.
I was, well, I was supposed to be with, the... Not the archaeologists, but I was supposed to help identify wildlife and sorts catalog.
Oh, do you maybe want to start cataloging these birds? Maybe you could identify what they are?
I've been taking mental notes, but unfortunately I lost much of my supplies during the storm.
Let me see if I have something here. Levina will pull out one of the 5 daggers. Starting equipment. Let's go.
105?
Yeah,
You're
I got...
a monk!
Yeah, I started with
Why do you
5
get 5
daggers.
knives?
You never know.
Are you British?
It's like Fumofu, where he just keeps pulling weapons off of himself. Just more knives. It's kind of a silly idea, but it's all we have. And she'll hand him one of the daggers. She gestures to like the shipwreck. Maybe you could carve some notes into the wood. It would be a hassle, so if you don't want to, I understand.
It's better than nothing, and I'll see what I can figure out. And I apologize for never really talking to you to ship over.
Oh, it's my bad. I kind of get into this habit of once I start researching and things, I kind of pull back. So.
Well,
You're not banged up, are you? You're all good?
no, just a little bit in shock, I suppose.
Alright.
But, well, may you walk in the light.
And you as well. And, I guess I'll go rejoin.
Yeah. Chris, what are you currently up to?
I think Chris is kind of in his own world, and like in the moment he's just gonna take his hand axe and kind of like start slashing into the tree that he's in under, just trying to get a feel for like the kind of wood he's working with.
Right. Oh god, how would you describe palm?
Dry palm wood is fantastic. Wet palm wood is fucking pain.
Yeah, this is like it's a fresh tree, so it's
It's not fully
dry.
wet. No, I mean like waterlogged.
Oh yeah, no, like it's not waterlogged. Like it is a fresh, sturdy tree.
Kind of like turns around, counts heads, sits cross-legged on the floor, and is just kind of like making small like diagrams and charts in Elvish on the floor, kind of just minding himself.
And Aelea, you watch as Fable, Diligent Sylvia, and Ven head up to speak with Odin while Levina returns down. The group led by Gwen vanishes into the tree line, and their chatter soon dies off in the distance.
Gonna take a deep breath and then resume our composure as we look over to Levina and see what's going on. Were you not going with them?
No, they wanted us to check out the shoreline for other survivors.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not sure what Sylvia and Odin and Ven are up to.
We could go find out before we go anywhere. It would be a good idea to start gathering what we can find here, yes?
You're right. Is there... I know you were one of the chroniclers. Is there... I mean no offense when I say this. Is there any other skills you have too, or was it mostly chronicling?
I would not take offense. I mostly the chronicling, but I have a very strong connection with my patron. So if
Yeah?
if there is I would need a bit of time to properly connect and prepare any spells that would be useful, but perhaps some magic could help. I do not know what it would help now, but I have a very sharp eye. I could look for things.
Would you like to help me search for other survivors?
I could do that. It is how I found all of you, after all.
Your flight was very valuable, yeah.
Yes. I wonder what we might gain by getting a higher. I was not very high up to begin with. But it gets harder to see details that way.
Alright, yeah, I'll go,
Sorry.
I'll go see what Odin and Sylvia are up to, and then we can start looking.
Yes, this seems like a good idea.
Alright, yeah, no, just one moment then. And Levina's gonna go check out what this trio's up to.
Lass, we don't have to set up a permanent setup just yet. But, in the case that we don't find, well, Horatio and his boats, would be wise to at least have some sort of shelter from the weather, the sun. Trees are nice enough, but I would like to be honestly safe from the rain. And that's understandable. Honestly, I can't really argue with it. I'm just concerned about sitting idle for too long. Oh, hey, Levina, as Fable waves, seeming to be the only one who noticed you.
Yeah, how are you holding up?
I think I passed out a bit on the trip over, but I'm good. Just a bit tired, a bit thirsty. Odin and the Diligent here were just trying to set plans, and Ben and I were giving our input. Ben looks to you and she nods.
Aelea and I were about to go scouting the beach for other survivors. If you'd like, we can keep an eye out for any building materials.
That would be smart, lass. More numbers would be definitely a boon. In this sort of situation, we need all hands we can to try to make it as low as we can.
Oh, here, and Levina will hand Fable her water skin.
Oh, I appreciate it. But I think I'm good. Just keep it for yourself. There's coconuts around, and I'm sure we'll try to gather some of those up, crack them open.
Mic check.
Do
There.
I need to restate?
No, I heard you. It's just, it's that thing where, like, it sounds like it's getting further.
Dude, I need a new mic so fucking desperately.
Yeah.
I need, like, a standing mic instead of, like...
It's so
I'm
weird,
fucking
because, like,
crying.
every time you adjust it, it's crystal clear, and then it slowly gets further away, like, you're just, like, across the room, and it's... I don't know.
Oh, dude.
Alright, Oh, and Fable, if you're not feeling well, I know Kayla has an injury. Personally, I wouldn't mind if you sat to the side to recover.
It's much appreciated, but I think it was just exhaustion. I'm still mentally capable, and while I'm not the most physically capable, I would at least like to offer the insights that I can.
Just don't push yourself too hard, alright? We don't... You know, there's a lot already... I don't want anything bad to happen.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Make sure that he doesn't. We need to try to lessen any losses, of course.
And, Levina, like, almost, like, physically winces as, Chris uses, a historical relic to attack a tree.
Oh,
No, I used my hand axe.
Oh, okay.
like
I
that.
thought you said
Just
you
a
used the
hand axe.
sword. I was like, no!
He takes better care of that sword than he does himself.
I'm about to play Minecraft, just... I guess also keep an eye on Chris. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, he is a carpenter, so possibly trying to get a feel for the materials.
Likely. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go start that search for others.
Right. I'm sure we'll be fine here.
Good luck with your endeavors until we get back.
Here's hoping you find more survivors.
Hopefully. I'm gonna go rejoin Aelea.
welcome back.
They're talking about setting up some kind of structure.
That seems like a good idea.
You need any water?
That's a good question. Do I have a water skin? I lost most of my rations, but is my water skin still here?
Roll me a flat C20.
Oh boy. Let's go.
Yeah, you still have it.
Okay. Yay! I will be alright with the water I have for today at least.
Alright. They would like us to keep an eye out for anything we might spot on the shoreline, so anything in the water, like wood or supplies, so... I imagine you have much better vision than I do.
From some angles, it kind of depends. I do not know about how well you see things.
You want to get going then?
Are we bringing anyone else?
Looks like Odin, Ven, Sylvia, and the one with the black hair are gonna be staying back.
His name is Fable.
Fable? Got it. Looks like
It
they're
is
gonna...
easy to remember because he is a chronicler and he tells stories.
Oh,
It is
yeah.
like a fable. Hmm?
His name matches
Did you-
his occupation.
Hold on. I need to be very clear. What did you just fucking say?
His name is easy to remember because it's Fable and he's a chronicler. And that means he tells stories. It's like a
Okay. Okay, when you said chronicler, it sounded different.
He's a chroniker, you know?
fable. I have no idea what it would have sounded like. My bad.
It's just the way, like, you like the way like you. I'm trying to find out like a good way to describe it. It almost sounds like you said chronic love, and I'm just like, what?
He's a conkeldurr, don't you know? Grrr! Yeah,
Go brr.
the four of them are talking about building something. Kedron is looking into the bird populace and other animals we might see. Chris, I think, is checking out the wood.
I'm gonna grab my other hand axe and in an execution, like think Anakin Skywalker on Dooku, but the exact opposite. Where instead of crossed arms, it's crossing inward. As I'm just gonna swing both in and try to knock this fucking tree into the abyss.
Yeah. Just roll me damage.
Yippee! Oh, it's a hand axe though.
I will say
Okay,
you've
fuck
already. Well, there's 2 of them, so.
Okay, well, it's
Null damage.
2d6 plus 8. 17.
Alright, and then there was the one attack from before. Because you did hit it earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be just a 1d6 for the one.
For another 9. So...
Yeah, after a moment,
26.
there's
Just
a
gonna
creak.
slice it inward and then kick it.
Yeah, there's
forward.
just a creak, and then it just topples over. I'd say it topples, like, in this direction. That show up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Big black line.
Wood.
Wood. And
Wood.
then-
Tree.
Kayla has the injured arm, so I think it's just the 2 of us.
I suppose it depends on how much is looking and how much is gathering. They could
Chris,
still
you hear this conversation after the tree is being knocked down, and specifically the mention of looking for wood.
Hmm.
But if it is just the 2 of us, I'm not to be impolite, but how much do you weigh? I could carry you if you are light enough.
Probably a little over 160. Maybe a little over 170.
I think I could lift you.
You also have to consider the weight of your own equipment as well.
Yeah. I mean, I could drop off my gear here. I don't think I'm gonna need most of it. Just, although the idea of carrying may make things easier, I don't doubt your strength. But do we want to risk potentially dropping me? I mean, I don't think we have any medical supplies.
No, not at all. I will just take a look myself.
All right. Do you need anything up there?
Do you happen to have a spyglass or something like that? It would make it easier to see.
Unfortunately, the closest thing I have is jeweler's tools, so you could probably get a closer look.
I do not know how helpful that would be.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just checking something. Keep going. Like, I wasn't
okay.
going to say anything, I was just checking a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You can give the jeweler's tools a try if you want.
She'll put out her hand.
Levina will hand over like the little kit of jeweler's tools. I'm gonna see if maybe Chris wants to go. He did knock down the tree, so maybe he'll be looking for other kinds of wood out there.
I will wait for you.
Do, 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 do. Nice tree.
If Aelea,
Sorry, you go.
Oh, Aelea?
if Aelea holds up the like jeweler's lens to her eye, is it helpful at all in seeing further?
No.
I would imagine
Like-
it's best for close-up, minute
Yeah.
details, not so
Yeah,
much for
it's like a
far
magnifying glass, right? Like you can use it to get a closer view of whatever is close, but when you try to pull it back, it's just very blurry.
Yeah, makes sense. She'll just tuck it in her pocket to give back later.
Nice tree.
Yeah. Was trying to see how sturdy it is.
Any good?
It'll work as long as it doesn't get wet.
Aelea and I are gonna go check the shorelines for any more survivors. I don't know if you're still looking at other trees or wood types, but I know Odin, Sylvia, Ven, and Fable want us to go looking for other things while we're out there if you want to come with.
Oh man.
Alright, yeah. I think Aelea plans to be looking from the skies, which will help cover ground.
Okay. Let's do it.
Alright, Levina heads back over to Aelea.
Is it time to go then?
Chris said they'll come with, so group of 3.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Any look on the jeweler's lens?
I do not think it is quite so useful here. She'll hand it back.
Oh, Kedron.
Yes.
You can identify both aquatic and land animals, right?
My specialty is more for land-based animals. But I could potentially be of some use when it comes to the water.
Levina will offer him the jeweler's lens. Maybe would this help for identifying any of the birds or crabs?
Potentially, actually, if I'm able to get my hands on a specimen. Either dead or, well, not being, fuss.
Right. Alright, yeah, I'll have you hold on to that then. Just, don't lose it.
I will do my best.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes.
Aelea's book for chronicling in. Did that live through the storm? Would that still be with her?
You were in a lifeboat, so give me another flat d20.
Do 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 do.
Do.
Yes.
Yay! I think she's
Yay.
probably, while she's been waiting on Levina and Chris to get their ducks in a row, she's just been checking all of the belongings that she does have. And very, very pleased to see that she still has the book. She's just scribbling down what has been going on since they have arrived on the shore.
Of course. Of course.
Oh, and, if anyone needs help with identifying something, feel free to pass the lens around, Kedron. Like for
Will do.
berries
I
or...
will try to make sure that it doesn't get lost along the way, though.
Thank you. We're gonna go look for some survivors. I'll keep an eye out for anything for you.
Good luck.
Alright, my ducks are in a row. How about you two?
I'm gonna draw the sword. Let's go.
Alright then. She'll stash her book away and her wings to get into flight.
Right. Aelea, give me a perception check.
Oh, hello. I have to be typed in the text box or else bad things
I will
happen.
help.
So it was 2d20 KH1 plus mod.
Yes.
Another 21. Let's go. Way better than that natural 3.
As you rise up, you take a look outwards, and it is after a moment you notice black smoke rising in first a couple puffs, then a short, steady stream.
She'll shout down to the two of them. I see smoke. This way.
Sweet.
Alright. And on that note, we are going to bounce back to our lovely little trio who are actually doing really fucking well. Rae, Drauger, and Lillian.
So for this whole time, can we say we've been fishing for food?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Give me I gave you a fishing rod, so
Just saying the scene has not changed for me.
oh, what the fuck? Cosmo. Oh, I
There we go.
see. I made mistake.
Alright, I'm there now.
There we go. I accidentally yoinked Sunny.
Damn. I was like, I
Alright.
finally get to see. No, I don't.
No, banned, illegal.
Oh,
Damn.
Yeah. So whoever is fishing, go ahead and roll me survival with advantage because you're using a fishing rod.
I think maybe who has the better survival? Because if Jogger does, then Rae can probably do some tree cutting of her own.
You have the better survival.
I don't think homie has a modifier.
I ain't
No,
got a
that's-
modifier.
Alright, then it looks like Rae's fishing.
So
Well-
I'll be cutting trees then.
What kind of tool are you using on the tree?
Scimitar.
Scimitar?
I mean,
Yeah.
Rae can offer her axe, the great axe.
So, if you do use the axe, just roll damage. I believe the axe is 1d12?
Yeah, 1d12.
Yep, that's... yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's just gonna be 1d12 for damage. You make a sizable gash in one of the trees, but it's gonna take a bit more. And Rae... the fish might not be used to the sort of bait and this sort of technique, but the first attempt, unfortunately, does spook off the fish that was about to bite.
You see, I'm used to fish that are closer to the cold water. These little tropical guys are a lot more slippery, it seems.
You want to trade?
That might be for the best. I may be a little bit of a survivalist, but not in the fishing sort of way.
I've fished a couple of times. Let me give it a shot.
Alright, trade places. So
with
roll one great ass attack.
Yep, great axe attack.
and with advantage for the fishing pole, right?
Yep.
It's a D12. Am I allowed to just use my damage, like plus the modifier, or is it just straight D12?
Yes. No, it's damage. By the way,
Sorry.
it's 2d20 plus KH1. So, or 2d20 KH1.
It's broken.
I'm being
You gotta
harassed.
just roll a d12. Nope,
Yes.
it's been broken for a while.
Oh.
I got a 17.
17. Yeah.
Alright,
You
8
managed to pull up. You
Plus
managed
6.
to pull plus 6, so 14 damage. You're making good headway. It's a sturdier tree than a palm tree, so The wood is thick, the trunk is sturdy, but you're getting some good hits in. And for Drauger, you managed to pull in quite a big-looking fish. You're not quite certain what species it is, but it's fat. It's struggling quite a bit. But you pull it up on the shore, and it's unable to flop itself back into the water.
Alright, end it quickly. Scimitar to the head.
Crack. There it is. One swift strike decapitates the fish, and the body flops for a little bit. The head creepily gasps.
Hey, Lillian, do you think you can cook this by chance?
I believe I can try. I've only cooked smaller, but I'm sure it can't be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, just
Is
don't
that-
let it turn black in the end, and I think we're good. Just make sure that the color gets a little bit darker and not to ash.
Of course.
That or we could fish up a surplus, save it for a little later, and then we have Lillian possibly do. We could save it for later so we have a bigger haul. We could possibly have Lillian maybe search for some berries just along, and then we could decide if they're edible shortly after.
Ooh. Alright, that sounds like a plan.
I've
So I'm
also
gonna-
been boiling some water, so we do have some fresh water here.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
thank you.
So I'm going to... Tell me if I'm wrong. With mold earth, I can technically mold sand, correct?
Let me just check Bold Earth real quick. I believe you are correct. Oh, it's a dirt or stone.
Dirt or stone?
Does
Target
sand
area.
count as dirt?
That's
Like,
No.
technically, no, but, like,
Well, technically, yes.
it's like, does it count as D&D dirt?
Yeah, that's the real question.
I believe it actually, like...
Sand is not dirt.
Yeah, I believe sand counts as, like, a completely different...
Alright, so here's what I'll do then. I'll be fishing from over here, next to these stones. Okay?
Alright. Yep.
I'm going to use mold earth to turn it into kind of like a drying rack.
Ooh,
yeah. That's interesting, but yeah, go for it, man.
smart.
So as I
100%.
catch fish, I'll fillet them quickly and then put them on the drying rack to dry out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's fucking... You know, I always love these uses of, like, spells that no one really thinks of. That's awesome. Awesome. Alright. Yeah, so, just go ahead and give, like, another roll.
Still just D20 with advantage.
Yep, 2d20, KH1.
13.
13. It's a smaller fish, but it's, you know, still got good meat on it. Make quick work filleting it and set the meat out to dry. You can definitely see some of the birds circling, eyeing your catches.
How's the wood coming along?
Oh, it's coming. Roll again.
Yep, go ahead.
Yippee! Fuck! 8.
Yep, that's enough to finish it off as the tree topples down.
Ray's gonna start with getting the smaller branches off and adding them and the leaves to the fire. Keep it going.
Alright.
Would you say the wind is stronger than 10 miles an hour?
No.
What about like where the birds are?
Just... Let me just now I need to, like, just check, like, real life stuff. Is like, how fucking fast does beach wind normally go?
What is the flying speed of a laden swallow?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, these are some, like, hella specific things that I'm just like, Oh, man. Nah. Probably wouldn't be.
Alright,
Like, the wind is very mild.
as I'm fishing, I'm gonna yell out, "Hey, yeah, I also have an idea."
Oh, God.
What's your
They're
idea?
thriving.
I'm gonna look at a bird that's flying around my catch, right?
Right?
And pick one out in particular, and on that bird, I'm gonna cast Fog Cloud.
Oh?
Oh, because it's a 10-foot.
It is a 20-foot sphere,
Huh.
and it's a 120-foot range. So if that bird is within 120 feet of me, I can make a 20-foot cloud of fog around that bird.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Fuck. Let me just put this down. So, how big is the sphere?
20-foot radius.
20 feet. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
So, suddenly there's just a 20-foot radius orb of fog in the sky.
Alright, so that should be there for about an hour.
That's gonna be one confused bird.
Yeah,
I'm a
also, yeah, Aelea, you are now a very confused bird as a ball of fucking fog just suddenly appears in the sky.
Hopefully with that, they'll be able to see us. At least see that and say, that's weird. Hey, look, there's smoke right next to it.
Can the people
Yeah.
on the ground see the fog cloud?
Say that again?
Can the people on the ground, can Levina and Chris also see the fog cloud?
That might be a little bit harder. Give me perception for both of you. Like, that might be a harder challenge, because you have, like, terrain in the way.
Did they even see the
fair enough.
smoke?
No, it was Aelea that pointed out the smoke.
15.
Oh, I should probably roll it. 7.
So, Levina, especially with, you know, Aelea having pointed out the smoke from earlier, you do notice just the sudden appearance of orb in the sky.
Oh. That one feels like magic to me.
Chris, once it's, like, actively mentioned, you do manage to notice it. But at first, it almost seems like it just, like, you don't know where to look. You're looking all over
I'm
the place,
looking
like,
for
what?
threats.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to, you can make an Arcana with advantage.
Ooh.
Not you, Levina.
Alrighty. Let me get my magic. This is Arcana?
Yep, Arcana with advantage.
I was trying to think of a bit, but I couldn't think of one. 13.
You forgot to roll the second dice.
Oh, with advantage, you said?
Yeah, with advantage.
Oh, man, we'll do that.
Yeah!
Oh my fucking god!
Yippee.
Yeah, that is absolutely Fog Cloud. That is absolutely a spell. And just, you know, you are in a magic college, so you know, like, the by-the-book, like, description of Fog Cloud, what it does, how it's cast, who can cast it.
That is definitely a fog cloud spell. What confuses me, how did they get it so high up?
Suddenly you see just, like, a tiny, colorful speck fly out.
Did they really? You know, that not important. We go look at that.
I think Aelea had stopped in the air where she was when she saw it, looked down to see if they'd seen it, saw the pointing, and then it's just continuing in that direction.
Also, Jogger, you are still Jogger.
Oh, thank you.
Aelea, up there, do you see anything of interest, like in the water? Aelea?
Aelea.
I was right the first time. Damn it.
Yeah. Did she see anything in the water?
Give me perception.
Do 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 do. Oh.
Aside from just the bits of wreckage from both boats, nothing jumps out.
Not so that I note it as important. No.
Alright, fog cloud it is.
It is about in the same direction as the smoke cloud, so it is promising.
What's the... Levina, do you know the range of smoke cloud?
You mean a fog cloud?
Yeah.
Do you mean like the size of it, or how far away you can cast it?
How far away?
120 feet.
Okay, that narrows it down.
We should probably move faster, though, because if there's any strong wind, it will change its position.
Okay, because it's going to start sprinting.
And I'm gonna keep fishing.
Alright, yeah, give me survival advantage. And both of you guys who are hauling the fuck ass, give me athletics.
Ooh, I love athletics. 23.
Who's doing the survival?
Athletics loves you.
Could I
Jogger's
argue
doing survival.
acrobatics, because I'm a monk?
Are you doing sick kick flips and
I'm
running
doing
up?
backflips the whole time.
No. If you are running, give me athletics. Chris, you are rapidly outpacing your companions.
Could I argue that?
I have my sword, it's fine.
Could I argue 55 movement speed?
You are
55?
Yeah, I have 55 movement speed.
You are slightly outpacing one of your companions. Oh my god. That's funny. That's really funny.
Levina is bewildered.
You underestimate the Hall of Ass.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly, like, super easy to run through sand. Like, you know, it makes sense why, you know, if someone is a little
If
bit better
you're
at
kicking
hauling of assing.
Yeah, if you're kicking your feet hard enough, that sand is not stopping you.
You know, it's just that Chris cheated. He started running before her, so yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. Jogger, you are able to catch, like, another good-sized fish.
Hell yeah, that makes 3.
Yeah, like, each of these, I would say, is, like, worth a ration.
Hey guys, don't worry, you got plenty of food for us now. If I could keep these damn birds off of them.
They seem to have been startled off by the sudden appearance of Orb.
I'll take it. I'll just look up and watch all of them dissipate away from the orb.
Just, oh god, Orb!
Orb!
Orb! Orb! Orb!
I mean, who wouldn't be scared if an orb appeared in the sky?
Orb, 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 orb.
That's for sure like an alien or something.
Rae, while you are, you know, trimming up the tree, you can notice that Lillian is actually setting up the tents. They have dried, and she's getting everything just kind of nice and comfy.
We are living. We are thriving.
Yeah, these are
Who
two-person
needs a
tents.
ship?
So,
We got a decent ass campsite.
Let's go.
Well, it's time to hunt. It's time to hunt for some bitches.
I'm gonna go for one more fish.
No!
Yes. Let's go.
God damn,
19.
yeah. Yeah, no. God, dude, I need to, like, start looking up fucking fish species at this point. Like, give me an athletics with advantage as well.
Athletics with advantage?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy. Roll 2d20 KH1 plus 6. 14.
Yeah, this next one is a fighter. It is quite a large fish. You can feel like it is almost trying to pull you into the water as you're, reeling and reeling and fighting and fighting and fighting. And finally you get it up close to the shore and you pull it up and it's a smaller shark.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was going to say shark is a joke, but that's awesome.
Alright, same thing. Scimitar straight to the head before anything can happen.
Yeah.
Nice! I just hold up the head. Look what I got!
You caught a saw shark. You could call it a seesaw.
Wait, when the fuck did you get here?
Fucking, I hate you. Fucking God. How many? I think only Sunny would be able to get that reference.
It's Animal Crossing.
Oh god.
I would say, like, that shark itself, like, alone is worth 2 rations.
Alright, what about the teeth? Are they all there?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool, so after I properly fillet the shark, I'm gonna go through and start picking out, like, all the teeth and everything from it.
Yeah, alright, absolutely. A very important, part of any D&D player's experience is trophy hunting. So, yeah, sharks have a lot of teeth, I'd say, go ahead. I'd roll up something for you. Yeah, I would say you are able to get about 46 teeth. Like, mind, this is like a small shark, so they're not like, big or grand, but hey, like, they can be useful for things.
Are they... So I'm gonna take them. Are they sharp?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So I'll just throw all of those in my backpack.
Yep, perfect. I would say like 46 worth of... You don't really have to wait. I have held shark teeth. They are not exactly like heavy.
No.
Yeah.
So
Rae,
I
what
think
are you currently doing at this point?
We're probably still gonna need like a lot of wood, so more trees.
Well, I'm more like... So you cut down the tree, you trimmed off the branches, like...
Once I
Have you
come
just-
done, oh, never mind. I'm here.
Have you just kind of like left the log just sitting there, or...
Oh no, Ray's gonna bring it back to the camp.
Okay, alright.
Is gonna be setting it up more so in a way of bring the trees down one at a time, and then once deemed like enough is wood.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a tree slap. Levina, Chris, athletics.
Percent.
Aelea, give me a perception.
18.
That's max damage, isn't it?
18.
10. Wow, that dice is cocked. That sucks.
You are this one is we'll say this one's like a palm tree, so you are able to fell this one in one swipe. Yeah, Aelea, you're not really able to notice anything of value still, but you do start to notice that along the beach where the smoke and the cloud, the orb are, there are some shapes moving about. Levina has rapidly overtaken Chris.
As it fucking should be.
I will fucking take out your ankles, I swear to God.
Just throw the sword at me.
It's become a conversation.
No, I have hand axes! I have like 4 of them!
Drauger, would you like anything to drink?
Yeah. That shark kinda definitely took a lot out of me.
Yeah, this should be purified.
Thank you. Whew. Anyway.
It's not, like, cold, because obviously she had to boil it, but it's cooled down enough to be, it's fresh water. It's refreshing.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, we should have enough food for a couple of days, depending on how much we eat, but there's only 3 of us, so we should be able to survive for a while.
That is, of course, if the others don't find us. It's just, I doubt we're alone. The others got to boats, right?
Oh, yeah, everybody else got to boats, and I mean, considering how messed up our fucking boat is now, I'm sure we're not alone. I mean, that's why I have that up there, and I'll point to the giant fog cloud, which I hope is still there.
It is.
Hopefully they'll see that, and somebody is smart enough to be like, oh, that isn't normal.
And it's actually at this point,
I think because Chris doesn't know if it's friend or foe, he has sword on, he's gunning.
I was about to say, Chris, Levina, final athletics.
Yippee. Another 23. Bitch.
Shocking grasp.
I can use a fighting technique to smack the shit out of you if you want to do that. I have brace.
Could I hear them coming?
Chris, what kind of armor are you wearing?
Half plate. Not half plate, chainmail. I'm wearing chainmail, a cloak. I have a flaming longsword that is currently on fire.
Drauger, give me perception.
Nat 20.
Wow.
Damn!
Yeah, you absolutely can hear them coming.
You see into the 4th dimension.
And you also even see, Aelea, up in the sky, as she is... what fucking height were you at, Aelea?
She was at 60 feet before. I think if Levina and Chris were trying to talk to her, she would be lingering a little lower, so probably more like 40 feet.
Perfect, I have a 40 feet. There we go, perfect.
Yay! I can't see the map. I don't know.
I can't either. I'm not here.
Let me... real quick... select all.
Yippee!
And... so regroup, and whop!
Well,
You should all be on the same map!
I can tell you this much. I'm pretty sure they survived.
You can see Lillian gets... her expression becomes much more hopeful.
Well, I can definitely hear them coming now.
It's probably at this point that, the wind just barely starts to move the orb. Like I said, the breeze is very...
I'm just
very
gonna drop the orb at this point.
Oh!
Hey, Rae.
Hmm?
You may just want to come over here. We may need to take down these tents.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Lillian, if you don't mind helping me with these fish, let's go collapse these tents, shall we?
Of course.
I mean, I thought we were staying over here.
Yeah,
Closer to the water.
I mean, we can. But I got a feeling we got a little party we gotta get to. That's coming our way.
Like party we're going to have to fight, or?
Well, we'll see shortly.
Mm.
Aelea, at this point, you definitely can recognize, like, the silhouettes of Rae and Drauger.
Could be gunnet, speed, hook tube,
I have no idea how far.
and it feels good to be ahead of a woman.
Suddenly,
Hey, I won more athletic rolls than you. I won.
Chris, you trip and fall into that fucking
No,
river.
fuck you.
I'm DM, I'm God, I get to say, I control reality, you're in the river.
Simple,
The river got him.
simple
river
solution. I use a key point, step of the wind.
Oh shit!
I use a Battlemaster die, and I use Brace. I'm knocking you the fuck. No, I'm kidding.
It is just a
my
fucking...
normal
I
cruise
could.
with flying speed.
Do I
Let's go.
just hear everything happening behind me?
Yeah, like, I honestly just imagine,
Also-
like, they're just fucking, like, you hear them arguing with one another.
I'm not arguing. Chris is just gunning it. He's not talking to anybody. It's him and a flaming sword. I'm arguing. Me, the player, is being a bitch.
Yeah,
You can
and so is
sense
Chris.
the competition.
You can
in the
sense,
game.
like-
It's a one-sided competition. Levina wants to win. Chris doesn't know what's happening.
Levina's just like, oh, I gotta win. Oh, I wonder what my opponent is thinking about. Have a lovable time.
Hey, guys. Perfect
Just-
timing.
Pan over to Chris's head. I wonder what should I have for breakfast.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe coconut, or coconut, or coconut, or coconut?
Or berry.
It is good to see all of you. Are
Good
you
to see
well?
you too. Perfect timing.
Oh, hey.
I need some help carrying these fish. I'm assuming everybody else survived that made it to a boat.
As far as I know, yes.
Chris is gonna sheath the sword and pick Rae up in a very large hug.
Oh,
Oh, by the way, Jogger.
Hmm.
So, Chris, you had the sword out, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And
alright.
it was lit until he saw the group.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We're gonna have to have a talk later.
Oh no.
As Chris arrives and picks up Rae, Levina like slows her run. She just mumbles, "Damn it! Almost had him."
As
Right.
Lavinia
So
shows up, I'm just
what?
gonna drop the shark fillets into her hands. Here, need some help with these.
Where did you get these?
The water. Where else do you get fresh spark?
You caught a shark?
Yeah, what were you guys doing?
Figure out the other survivors.
Find you? Yes.
Well, we were hungry, so...
You were hungry?
We were,
No,
we
I'm
were
saying,
thinking we were
like-
gonna be here a while, so we just started setting up camp and everything. We found Rae found some tents and a crate and a fishing pole. So
Oh.
I
Ha-
decided to go fishing.
have any of you seen the captain by chance?
Is the
No.
cap so I was gonna ask this last session. Is the captain wearing anything extremely distinctive that I would
Yes.
have been able to see within 30
Let
feet?
me pull up the captain. So it's gonna be Wildsong NPCs. WAP.
Cool. So I'm going to locate object specifically on the captain's eye patch. Wait, no. I'm gonna do it on his shirt.
Let me just detect object.
Locate
Or no,
object
locate object. Locate object.
within 1,000 feet of me.
You detect it somewhere to the west.
You put the arrow up again. So somewhere over that way? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen him, but I know... So this is gonna sound weird. His shirt is... And I'm just gonna point in the direction behind me. That way.
Just his shirt, or
Well, I can't detect him. But I can
This is-
detect, like, his clothes.
Chris is finally gonna put down Rae and then just go, okay, then that's something.
Well, on that note, we are going to take our break.
Yay!
yippee!
time!
Alright,
Hey, Adam, where's Drauger from?
Oh, you know.
Fuck, I forgot the,
Around.
Ruskane,
Oh,
the capital of Akatov.
Can you, like, put that in the discussions thing so I can reference it later?
Go.
Because I can't spell or remember shit.
Let me pin that for you too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm from that place.
I know where you're from. I know where you're from. I know what you are.
I know what you are.
You're part. You joined the Skittle Squad, haven't you? You're a fool.
So am I pausing the recording yet, or?
Yeah, yes! You should have been paused! Why is it not paused?
I was waiting for you to tell me because last time you told me to. All right, now I'm pausing it.
Leave
No,
it alone.
I want to kick you in a fucking jaw for that.
We're back.
Alright, yeah. You all have reunited, so...
So how is Rae reacting to the fact that Chris just casually did some? Oh God, what's the phrase?
PDA! PDA! PDA!
I was gonna say fruity behavior, but yeah, PDA. works.
Fruity behavior.
We found the fruit. This is how we don't get scurvy.
Is she
Yeah,
a little...
crack Chris open and drink him!
Yeah?
Not like that. I was thinking about his blood!
I got
Uh-huh.
lipstick.
Uh-huh.
I
You
wasn't
don't
implying
crack
anything.
the dick!
I didn't say anything.
Yeah?
I genuinely wasn't thinking of it. That's entirely your fault.
Then
That's
what were
entirely
you?
your
Then
fault.
what were
We
you
just said
thinking
O.
of?
We just
I
said
was
O and a
confused.
question mark. We just said O question mark. We were asking for clarification.
Blood. I said blood, and then you all just were like, yeah, like glow stick.
Yeah, we were
No,
saying
that
yeah,
was
uh-huh.
me.
We were agreeing with you, and then we were talking about the glow stick.
Oh, you're fucking gaslighting me so hard. There was so much sarcasm in your tone.
Okay, back to gay activities.
Haha, penis.
I'm so glad we started rolling, guys. This is great. This is awesome.
Oh my fucking god.
Anyway,
Anyway,
back to
Rae.
regularly scheduled programming.
It happened again, by the way.
Genuinely,
Okay.
there was no like activity off of your mic.
I saw it light up green, but it's okay. Rae was surprised by it and would have hugged back. There we go.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now that we're all here, what's the game plan? Still looking for the captain, or...
Yes, and anyone else we could find, yes?
Alright, well, I'll start walking towards where the captain is, or at least his shirt is, if anybody wants to come with.
Aelea's moving with.
Y'all coming, or are you just gonna stay there and get cold?
I'm going to give you two privacy. I'm going to assume the rest of the group is to the east.
Yeah, they're building camp.
Lillian, can you take all the fish with you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Try not to be attacked by some wild animals on the way over, yes?
I don't need to be scared of that. Yeah, it seems that, like, Lillian is just, like, trying to give, Rae and Chris a little bit of privacy.
Levina kind of like looks for a moment and then just dumps the shark on the ground and starts moving.
Takes the shark, leaves.
Chris is just following Rae closely, and it's just like, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt in any way?"
No, nothing but a little bit of salt water, it's fine. What about you?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I am walking in space.
I will move yous in a second.
I'm walking in space.
As you all start heading out, let me just, I gotta place this token. There we go. Now she is, awesome. Alright. And make sure that's good. You guys are like right. Yeah. You're like right here. Boop. You should be able to see this. And you should all have control.
Where?
Oh my fuck.
Oh boy.
I don't know where I am.
We are
You all
this
share
token.
a token. Yes.
Oh.
So you guys are probably more down here.
Dr. Eggman?
What?
So I'm
It
assuming...
kind of looks like the logos for Dr. Eggman.
So for up to 10 minutes, I can detect the shirt. So I got a feeling it's from over here somewhere.
It's more like right along.
Okay. So I guess I'll just lead everybody to where I'm feeling it and hope we get there in 10 minutes.
Is this the rock arch that we were at before?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, where'd you ping?
Was it this one or was it this one?
It's this one.
Okay. So it's about the same distance
Oh, wait,
from
no.
here.
I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, no, it was this one. You guys
Okay.
were like here, and then no. Yes, this was the arch. So yeah,
Okay.
it's about the same distance. Yes.
Okay.
God, fuck, dude. I like all my sense of everything just got thrown off so hard.
Sorry. Aelea would have made sure to impart that information to Lillian so that when she gets back, she could tell everybody what's going on and that they maybe will find at least the captain's body.
Yeah.
But it could be a while.
Anyways, you're just traveling at this point. Along the way, feel free to just continue conversation. If you want to make any perception checks or investigation checks to look for survivors or other resources, do so.
I would like to look for survivors.
I will aid in that.
I'm doing that from up above.
And anything of interest.
So go ahead with perceptions.
Can I cast guidance this time?
Yes, you can.
Cool. Hey, you forget.
Cleric forgets guidance.
Not the one, bro.
I got a 12.
Only on the D4.
Well,
Teen of 8s.
Yeah. So as you all are scouring the beach, there aren't many useful items. A lot of the wreckage is either too waterlogged, too water damaged, or is just in an unusable state. There are some barrels that you come across, but as soon as you roll them over, you find that they have been fractured and burst open, likely from the act of sinking, likely from the waves. And Levina, it's you who notices something a bit more. At first, it looks like just a piece of ship hull, like everything else, with a bit of cloth fabric still clinging to it. Maybe a sail, maybe just something else that got snagged. But as you all continue along the coast, getting a little bit closer as you're passing along, you notice that it is the shape of a person. The wood has been kind of jammed past some of the rock, so they are a little bit closer into shore, just not fully out of the water.
Hey, we have a person over here.
Is that where I'm
We're rushing
detecting the
there
shirt?
immediately.
So Aelea's rushing there. Drauger said something?
Is that where the shirt detection is coming from?
No.
Damn.
The shirt is still a little ways away. Yeah. So we have Aelea and Levina heading towards it. One thing that you do notice as you head towards this person is that the side of the hull isn't just a regular piece of hull. You can actually see the inscription of the ship's christened name, just like with Lucienne and her sister ships. And the ship name that you find is
The Bountiful Penguin.
I'm killing you. I'm killing you brutally. Without mercy. So, you remember that the Steadfast was the ship that was ahead of the Lucienne. And it is not the Steadfast's name that is upon this ship's hull. Bit of hull. Instead, it is the third sister ship, the Rosaria.
Well,
The flagship of the Defiant class.
at least we all know that ours wasn't the only one to crash here.
Is that a good thing?
Could be.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Aelea, you would also know that the Rosaria is where a very specific person was part of the crew.
Does this body look like that person?
No. They look to be a high elf.
Are they dead?
Medicine check.
Okay. Can we do that also with guidance?
Yeah, sure. Guidance is a cantrip.
Nat 20!
Wow.
Just
28.
gonna tell me they're dead.
This person is... At first, it looks as though they're gone. They're too far gone. They've clearly passed away before they even made it to shore. But then, as you are about to turn and make this announcement, you see something. Just a very faint, almost unnoticeable shudder within the person's back. Just a very weak breath.
Spare the dying!
Yep, they are still barely clinging to life. And as you cast Spare the Dying, you can see there is a little bit more of a settle. The breathing, while still weak, definitely steadies just a bit more.
They are not quite dead. I could use some help getting them down from here.
They're in the water, like they're not like above you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just that
Well-
like the wreckage was just kind of like washed up onto some rocks and wedged there slightly.
Got it. I thought they were like held out of the water for some reason.
No, they're in the
She'll try and hold them up out of the water a little bit. And call over the other people on the search party to fully retrieve them.
I guess I'll make my way over and aid in freeing them.
As for everyone else,
Yeah, I'm gonna try to help pull them out.
Chris, Ray,
Rescue time.
Ray go first,
Rescue time.
and Chris.
I'm just gonna keep watch.
So, with all of you helping, you manage to pull this young man free and drag him back onto the shore. His uniform is a mess. It appears that he was one of the deckhands proper, not one of the research crew. And he looks absolutely battered. There are some rope burns along his waist where he might have tried to tie himself to something, as well as some deep cuts, though the bleeding has, if not stopped, at least stemmed. And as stated, his breathing is weak. He is unconscious.
Alright, cure wounds first level.
Alright, wonderful.
5.
You can see some of those wounds close up, and the breathing gets a little easier. He starts taking in some deeper breaths. It definitely sounds kind of ragged still, likely, you know,
Alright,
he's a bit waterlogged.
hit him with another cure wounds first level. 4.
In his unconscious state, he just kind of coughs slightly, and as he coughs, it's almost as though like the magic, while it's healing him, starts like forcing some of the water inside his lungs out, and just like dribbles down the sides of his cheek.
We'll just gently pat him on the back and see if we can help with that.
We're probably going to want to get him on his side and then get him near a fire just to stave off hypothermia.
Levina?
Sorry?
So, as Rae says this, do you do anything to help in the aid?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat what you said? I blanked really hard. My mind shut off for like a hard moment.
Gotta get him on his side and start a fire to alleviate or prevent hyperthermia.
Right, fire. Got it. Fire. I'll start looking for dry wood.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, give me an investigation. Or survival.
Which one's better?
Does it look like... I
Go
should
ahead.
wait, actually. I was just gonna ask if it looks like there are other survivors nearby.
Yeah, go ahead, give me perception.
19.
19? Perfect. You absolutely managed to grab down some, like, dry palm leaves, some older branches, as Aelea scouts out ahead and notices that there's someone else that has been washed up on the shoreline.
Do they seem like they're in as bad of condition?
You can't tell from this distance. Chris, if you want, you can also give a perception.
Oh, sure. Let's see.
You've been on watch this whole time, so I allow an advantage.
I do love advantage. 16.
Alright, perfect. We'll come back to that. Rae and Drauger, as Aelea heads out and Levina is starting to get a fire going, you can notice that once like some of the water is out of his lungs, he's been turned on to the side. He definitely is able to cough out a bit more of it now. And you can see he's starting to breathe a bit easier.
Well, I think he's at least stable now.
That's good.
Yeah. Let's just hope he makes a decent recovery and quick.
Yeah.
Anyway, if he's gonna stay there, I'm gonna keep going and looking for the captain. That way I can at least try and get to him faster.
You can actually see that the direction that Aelea is heading is towards where you picked up the sense of the captain's ship.
And I will keep walking that way too. Which is this way, right?
Yep. Aelea, you managed to get to this body, this person's shipwrecky, and the first thing that you manage to notice is the frayed and heavily damaged red suit that he wears. You notice an eye patch that still clings to his head. You notice his pale skin.
Like, definitely a body pale.
Make a medicine check. But you definitely do recognize the captain.
We're getting goated rolls when it counts! 26! The silence means he's dead, Chet.
Yeah. Chat?
Yeah, that's what I said.
F's in the chat.
You crouch down over Captain Connors as Drauger finally reaches over to you. You notice that the captain's lips are blue, his skin is gray, and his eye is a milky white. The pupil has lost its definition. This is clearly the signs of someone who died at sea.
It's Rizzer Morbius, guys.
Is it easy to tell, like, how many hours it's been, roughly?
On a 26, he likely died a couple hours ago. You can notice that there is actually a deep gash along one side of his head. He likely was knocked unconscious and drowned that way. Unable to properly keep himself above water because he had no sense of it.
I'm ready to check the body for anything. Looting? Hey, if there was like
It
a
is
note or something, or
Dude,
like
Go ahead, Drauger.
anything that I can like use to identify him other than his fucking eye patch. That way I could be like, look, this is... Yeah. I found nothing. Well,
You
he's definitely dead.
go to start searching him when you feel like something in the back of your mind almost tugging you away. It's like there's some other part of you that's just recoiling in disgust. It's like for a moment you lose control of your own body and you watch as you feel forced to step back. And then, as soon as you step away, you feel sense of control return.
What was that?
What was what?
I don't know.
Did something happen?
I don't know if it was just... I don't know if it was the fact that the state of the body shocked me, or...
It happens that way sometimes.
Aelea, would you like to try to do the same?
Try to do what?
To kind of search the body?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Right, yeah, go for it.
What did you say that would be? Investigation?
Yeah, investigation.
I'm not gonna bother with guidance. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. That was a 4.
You do find one of his medals. It's a very old Iskin battle medal. Likely from the war with Scalir.
I feel like we should at least give him a proper burial.
It seems right, yes. I do not know about in the sand, but we can find somewhere.
Let's bring him into the woods here.
Are you going to be able to help carry him, or is that on me?
I can help. I think.
Is Levina here?
Yes.
Yeah. So you probably would be able to see all this happening. Like, it's not far.
Right. I guess before I go to join them, I would want to make sure that I get the fire started for the other guy first.
Yeah. You absolutely, like, I believe you have a tinderbox, so you should be able to get it.
I was just gonna zap the shit out of it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, like, you don't have to make a check for it. You're able to get the fire started. Like, it's pretty quick, pretty easy, pretty simple, and it gets going pretty... Fuck, I can't stop relying on those words. Dude, that's bothering me.
Is Rae still over here with me, or is Rae over with the captain?
Rae was over with Mr. Sleepy Pants.
Okay.
Not the dead Sleepy Pants, but the one who almost drowned.
Yeah, right. Levina's gonna leave them to resolving the captain, just in case Rae needs a hand with anything.
If you want, because you probably could overhear their conversation. They're not whispering. Can you give me a history check?
$12. And that was with the history.
Yeah, you would know for, especially like the Iskan Navy, when it comes to decorated captains, burial at sea is probably one of the most honorable ways that they are buried.
In that case, she'll kind of peek up over the unconscious guy in the fire and yell over to them, "Burial at sea. It's part of their customs."
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
Yes, what is the proper way that you do that here?
Well, first up, I think we should probably alert the rest of our shipmates to the fact that the captain has been found. That way everybody can say their goodbyes.
That is
And
a
Ray's
good
gonna
point.
walk over.
I agree. We should at least have everyone here before deciding anything.
We bring him back to the camp then.
It is quite a ways to walk all the way here if we were to bring everyone, but we could transport his body there.
We'll move one body or move them all.
Chris, the carpenter. Do you want to just give me like a intelligence check with proficiency for carpenter tools?
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay, I'm gonna roll history just because I'm proficient in it, and so it kind of works the same way.
Alright.
Yippee, 22.
Yay!
It would not be hard to like take some scraps of wood to make like a sled or some sort to make transporting either the unconscious or the dead easier.
Mm.
But
And you said you were gonna double back to the 16 perception.
yep, I was actually just about to get to that. As you all are discussing the dead captain, Chris, you look up in the sky and you notice a streak of fire, which rises up and then pops in a sort of like the daytime. It more is like just kind of like a bright, brief flash of fire and then a puff of smoke. but
Wait,
it definitely.
that's those
Go ahead.
one of the distress flares, isn't it? Is it red?
Is that in character?
I'm asking you.
Oh, then yes. It's not a distress flare, but it's like a signal flare. Like it's very much like a signal flare that the captain had showed you guys that you.
And if I'm not mistaken, the captain was the one that had ours.
Yes.
So
But
that means
there
this is
were
another
others that
boat.
have.
Chris is just going to call out to everybody and point off into the distance and go, one of our signal flares just went off over there.
About how far?
That is a great question.
Is it latrine or is it up water?
It's along the coast, so it'd probably be like right past this spire.
We were supposed to signal that for help or to let people know that we're here, so they're probably looking for more survivors too. They might have resources we can use.
Well, let's end there.
Where did you say it was? Which spire?
It was like right past this one. Do you see the pink?
Okay, yeah. I just wasn't tagged in. Hee hee. Should we go now then? Or wait until we come back with everyone else?
If it's a distress, we have to go now.
We will just have to double back then.
What about the unconscious one here?
Well, he isn't going anywhere.
If anyone wants to give like a medicine check,
Could do that.
I can do that. 10.
1.
How many?
He's dead.
He's
In
dead.
Adam's Jugger thinks he's dead.
dude, he's dead.
He's
Everyone's been
dead.
trying to
He
save a
isn't
dead
He
guy.
isn't going anywhere. I wasted 2 spell slots for nothing.
I rolled so bad.
Like on this sort of thing, and definitely like Rae's 16 really like helps confirm it. This guy's in a stable enough condition, and with the fire, not too close to like burn, but to keep him warm, he should be fine.
Right?
There doesn't
I
seem to
don't know
be
what
any
to say.
signs of
We should
predators
just-
nearby. Nothing that would cause danger, or else he would have already been snatched up.
Rae, I don't know what you're saying. We just need to push him in the fire at this point. He's dead. Like, we need to...
If you put your hands on that boy, I'm gonna push you into the fucking fire. Do you hear me?
Understood. Let's go towards that signal flare.
Last time Jogger was allowed to interact with an unconscious person recovering from washing up on the shore.
Yeah, Jogger's
I
to
think
be
this
like,
is a fair reaction.
I understand.
You're gonna try to smack him in the fucking chest to see if he wake up? I don't fucking think so.
Before we go to check that out, Levina's gonna write a message in the sand. She's gonna have one arrow pointing towards the way we're going that has a message that just says, checking out this way. And then another arrow pointing towards camp that says, camp there. Be back soon.
Okay, before we start heading out though, here's a question for the captain's body. Is it close enough to the shore that the water's touching him, or did he come in when it was high tide and now it's low tide?
It looks like he came in when it was high tide and was left at low tide.
Okay. We're good. Not in the fire. We'll set him on fire when we put him out to sea.
I'm still talking about the unconscious guy.
Oh my god.
I mean, what do you mean unconscious guy? They're both dead. Obviously.
Anyways, let's move on from the
Alright, distress signal!
Uh,
Go!
Levina, like, kind of quickly, like, grabs Rae for a moment and just leans over and whispers, "If under any circumstance, Drauger's the only one that can perform any life-saving procedure on me, don't let him."
Okay, so you're sorry. I've got healing too as the backup. Don't worry, I'll have you handled.
Alright, good.
Anyway, that distress signal.
That's just
Yep, let's go.
Probably also dead.
Chris. Yeah, Chris is drawing his sword. It's time to go. Because with the distress signal, it's time to party.
On we go.
All right.
I'm going to walk behind Chris.
Oh, that's not ominous at all.
I don't know how tired Aelea's wings are at this point, but we like to have the bird's eye view, so as long as we're not too tired, we'll stay up there.
You're fine. Like, what is your con?
Like 16.
You are fine. You are perfectly fine. And someone found out how to rotate.
Spin. I can put money on who.
I very much think I know who.
No.
Anyways.
I kind of prefer.
No.
No.
Fuck you mean no.
I just move the token. And, Aelea, go ahead and give me perception.
Should just keep this roll on my keyboard. And then in my
30-20.
keyboard.
You can actually, like, in chat, you can just hit the up arrow, and it will grab your last use code.
Oh my god.
And you can keep hitting the up arrow to just go through all the codes you set.
Blasted 28.
Thank you.
As you all travel along the beach, you fly along just above everyone, and underneath the spire, as you pass by, you can see out above the tree line towards this grand expanse, this land that's never been seen before, never been touched. And as you glance away and back down towards the beach, you see an armored figure with a wedge-shaped helmet as he is leading a small band of survivors.
Torpedo.
Where are they at?
Right where the token is.
Oh,
Aelea
cool.
will point them out and start heading that way.
Alright. And everyone else?
Well, you know where we're going.
It's time
Yep.
to run.
It's time to meet up with Horatio.
It's
Wonderful.
time to put the unconscious guy in the fire. I mean, the dead guy.
Brother.
You all see this small group led by Horatio, and as Aelea at the head slowly comes into land, the rest of your group coming to a stop, Horatio turns, and there's just like this moment where, even though you can't see expression, you can see his shoulders sag in relief. And he approaches each one of you in turn, giving you just like a firm clap on the shoulder. Aelea. And just a clap down on Drauger. Over to Rae. Good to see you, Rae.
You as well.
Over towards Levina. He nods, gives a firm clap on the shoulder, and then moves over to Chris, grabs Chris's hand, and then claps him on the shoulder. Levina, Chris, good to see both of you. Good to see all of you.
We got more survivors.
God,
Most of the ship. Not all.
Odin and Sylvia, to name a few.
you can't see it, but the way his like helmet tilts up, you can feel like there's this relieved smile.
Right. I'm just going to rip the band-aid off before anything. The captain is dead. Confirmed. We found him on the beach.
Apostate's balls.
We did find someone else. Not from our crew, but not quite dead.
From
I'm not sure, but it was by the Rosaria's wreck, so we were not the only ones to get caught in the storm.
He's stable, and we left him alone at the moment because we saw the flyer, but he'll make it.
so the entire expedition sank.
From what we can see so far, yes. Until other ships come ashore intact, we're probably going to have to say yes.
9 hells. Alright. You've all done good. I'm very much glad to see every single one of you. Honestly, if it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't even have as many of the Lucienne left.
Well,
We've gathered up a few resources, meager as they may be. But you see he kind of like drifts off for a moment.
well, let's all gather up. Because whatever attacked us on the ship, it's a good assumption that they don't want us here either, so best to set up.
So you
Mhm.
noticed it too.
Yeah.
Or it wanted us here, but doesn't want us to go back.
I thought it was just a storm that sunk the ship.
Something below the
much so.
waves.
Shit.
You know what?
Oh no. I shouldn't have talked
Levina!
about having threats. I shouldn't have had
Levina!
to talk about threats.
Levina!
Me?
I want you to fucking do me something.
Right?
Oh?
Levina was raised in a church of Adros, right?
Alright, Captain.
Give me religion with advantage.
Oh boy.
Religion or history. Either or. Honestly, whichever stat is better.
They're the
It
same.
has to be histo-we in all caps.
I'll do this.
Histo-wigeon.
Because they're the same stat.
Alright.
It's
Wow.
the Wewidgen.
As soon as you say that, you get a sense of these faint memories of your time at the church. These old stories that they would tell of creatures that served Adros as guard dogs or prison wardens.
Anything else about them? Like perhaps how big they were?
You got 15.
Worth a shot.
Kicked out of
That's-
15.
That's the information you would get on a 15.
I think Levina would keep that one to herself, just under the guise of it's a story, and probably not best to tell people, hey, I have a theory that one of the gods sunk us. You know?
Oh my god, my cat is doing the tongue blep.
Ugh.
I just had to let everyone know. So
Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
Horatio will motion to the rest of his little group and turn to Rae. At your lead.
Huh? Oh, yeah, yeah. So, as far as I know, we haven't exactly settled upon a place for camp, but we have tents, we have bedrolls, we have a source of fresh water. Tree lines have edible berries and coconuts, and we are going this way, and it's gonna double back to where we just were.
Yeah. Well, as long as we can reunite with the rest of the crew, that's all that matters.
That's true, that's true. So we are going to make a pit stop at the captain's body to create the stretcher to bring him along with us, of course. And then we can also make another one for our sleeping,
Yeah, I was about
our
to say,
unconscious,
I'll have a
and
couple, guys.
Mic check.
funny
Unconscious
mic, funny mic.
Fucky.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll have.
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say restart from the top.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I'll have a couple of my group carry the unconscious man.
You got the captain then.
Not in the way we would have liked, but
At least we have something to send off.
my thoughts exactly.
Mm.
Rodenthal here is the ship's doctor, so at the very least he can help take care of the unconscious man here.
We also have Kayla back at camp. Sorry, Ray.
She's playing her arm, but it will be okay.
And Rae, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, of course, from what I can tell, Lilith was intact. She's one of the scribes. She was to shore with Drauger and all. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to give, like, it'll take time, of course, but it wouldn't hurt to give everybody a checkup just to be sure.
Can't agree more. Alright. Well. And you see he kind of like reaches back, rubs the back of his neck, massages it a bit. Ven's not gonna like this.
No.
By all rights, she was the captain's second in command. But I'm not completely certain how leadership is going to work right now.
Well, we could either give it all to Ven, hold up a vote of who leads, or we could try to do it like a council. Have multiple
Well,
people.
I think logistically that's the least of our concerns right now.
Yeah.
We have people that know how to do their jobs. We should let them do that and have jurisdiction over that.
I can
It's
take
better than trying to set up a power structure.
I could take up a general command. I'm good at organizing people.
That works.
It in times of duress, order helps give people peace of mind.
That it does.
Alright. As I said, at your lead.
Rae will turn and start walking towards where they just came from.
And Horatio and his group follow along.
So let me give you the tour. So over there is the shipwreck of the mystery ship, apparently, and then the unconscious man and our dead captain. There's the water where we got.
I love what you've done
From-
with the place. You know, it's so roomy. Definitely love the water features. You know, how much do you pay for rent?
Oh, just
Too
the cost of
much.
my fucking sanity. Just the mere price of being able to return to civilization and not being able to do that. So, not that much, though.
Actually, I think Rae paid 6 rations for rent.
Drauger paid
Oh
9.
no, I should have said that.
Chris is just kind of gonna walk behind. Gonna kind of walk behind Levina, sword sheath, and it's just kind of like, I don't really understand the burial ritual, but I don't know. It's not really something I've ever really experienced.
Not even with your grandfather?
My family's a bit more problematic. Death is more of a yes or no question. When someone that was under you or above you died, it was more pertinent to list all of their to analyze their faults, analyze what they did wrong, and don't repeat it. It was more that someone perishing, you buried them, and then you analyzed their deeds.
Was that a Scalier culture thing, or just...
I heavily doubt it. Couldn't tell you. My family was a bit more, he goes to say something and then doesn't say anything.
Right, well... At least with Iskany, it's kind of a thing with their naval crews. At least, historically it is. It's probably just a tradition at this point.
Blah.
Blah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's... What is it that you're uncertain of? Is it just the idea of it, or...
I'm not... It's hard to explain. When I'm not a great people person, but it's more the reverence to it, I guess. I don't know. It's odd to hold the body in high regards, I guess, would be the thought.
I mean, we live in a world of gods and devils and other magical forces. People have their beliefs for how things should be treated. It's just one of those cultural things. They believe it best to send their dead out to sea because it's where they belong. Sure, I mean, the soul's gone, but I think it's more the principle behind it, the symbolic gesture, you know?
I get you.
After a time, you all finally make it back to where the rest of the crew are gathered. At this point, Gwen and her little cadre have returned with some fruits and a few small bits of game in tow. They look none the worse for wear, but if anyone wants, they can give me an insight.
I will
Yippee.
do that.
7.
23.
I'm not
Damn.
gonna apply it. Guidance. That seems wrong. 27
Use your
No,
guidance
it's
just for
when
fun.
it meant- when it
for
meant-
fun.
Go ahead, Adam.
I was trying. Why did my brain just have like an aneurysm for a second there? I at least rolled when it mattered to catching fish.
Honestly,
True.
yeah, like that's probably gonna be like super fucking helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, probably it's gonna be really helpful given that I yoinked so much of you.
I'll play to the character. I'll take the L on the insight. I don't think Levina would know Gwen enough, and I feel like there's been a lot going on. I don't think Levina would catch anything.
Chris tries to read people. Chris doesn't try to talk to people. There's a difference.
Rae and Aelea, both of you notice that despite, the group as a whole feels fairly confident and is proud of their accomplishment, having gathered some food for the main bulk. There's a darker concern on Gwen's face. Every so often she casts a glance over her shoulder back at the woods, back at the tree line, back at the jungle. But then she notices Horatio is amongst the mix with your group, and there's like a sense of relief. Thanks to the gods. It is relieving to know that we have someone else who is good with actions. No offense, Chris. And then she pauses and notices Rae, and then there's like an even deeper relief. Now we have 2 people. That is even more. That is
For life, bro! It was all action! She saved their life!
Don't be too hard on the boy.
What's your passive insight?
Mine?
Yeah.
12.
You get a sense, like, part of it is, like, a little bit of teasing. Part of it is also, like, when everyone was still trying to collect each other, you're just doing your own thing. It's more of, like, a sense of, like, yeah, she knows when you're needed. You're there to help. But they need people who can, like, take lead.
Follower, not a leader.
I'm a Christmas. I ain't leading shit.
Exactly. Horatio nods to Gwen, and both Fable, Odin, and Diligent Sylvia also come and approach. Sylvia looks to your group. Thank the gods. I was so worried. Rae, Drauger, and before she can really say what she wanted to, her eyes take notice of the captain. And you watch as there's like this whole mix of emotions that roll over her. A sense of grief that they lost another member of the crew. a sense of relief that she doesn't have to deal with him or fight with him, and then like a sense of like almost mourning that she doesn't have to like have that witty banter anymore. Like that part of her day is gone. It's like you can see she has just like these very mixed emotions towards it. Well, who's this then? She motions towards the unconscious crew member.
Someone from the Rosaria. We will not the only ship to sink here.
We found him dead also.
He's not dead.
Not
And
dead.
there's just another sense of like crestfallen expression. Not only is Rosaria also sunk, but the only one found is dead. Great.
Not dead. Not dead.
Not dead. He's alive.
Not dead?
Listen to them, he's
He's
dead.
stable.
Not dead.
Not,
Doing
I,
all right. Almost. Almost,
I would
but not
listen.
quite.
I would listen to the person skilled in medicine.
He's fine. He's just unconscious. He's stable. Most of the water is out of his lungs, so hopefully when he wakes up properly, he will cough the rest out of it.
Rodenthal also steps up. I've taken a look at him, and I can assure you that he is very much alive. Could be in better shape, but is honestly in much better shape than I expected, given circumstances.
Wait,
When
I
he
just thought- Where did Horatio get the flare from?
That's not Horatio, that's Rodenthal.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking, where did they get a flare from? If they didn't know the captain was dead.
Could have been a part of the supplies
It
they
is-
found in one of the
it
black
is
parts.
very
Well-
much. You guys, well, actually, I'll let Matt go.
Good thing Horatio's standing right there.
True.
Hey, Horatio, where'd you get the flare from?
Horatio looks down at Levina. Well, I mean, each landing party was going to be given their own flare, and then, as part of the supplies, in case of any sort of trouble, these signal flares are just a common part of emergency kits. I tended to try to keep one on me, and that's really all there is to it.
Do you have more?
Unfortunately, no, I only had the one. I'm sure that it won't be hard to scrounge another one up amidst the wreckage, though. They're hardy devices, and most of the emergency crates were... They used buoyant materials, as far as what the captain told me. With 3 sunken ships, there's 3 chances to find at least a handful. But for right now, I think our first priority should be trying to gather up food, water, and materials to make a proper encampment. We need shelter. We need a place for the crew to call home. Back where we left, my little group has left one of our longboats. It's still fully intact, and that could be a very useful traversal tool when getting around the island. Not only that, but Rae, if I'm not mistaken, the captain gave you personal lessons in ship navigation?
Yes, he did.
You lot
did?
could, like... We'll start with Chris's question first.
I just said he did, and then just left it at that. It wasn't like a crazy thing.
So that could be a very important piece of technology to have. Obviously, I see that one of your groups still has one. And then he looks towards the overturned, heavily damaged one. I'm not super certain if that could be fixed. Aelea?
She just nodded when he mentioned that one of the votes was still intact.
Seeing as you all have probably gotten a bit more of a lay of the land than most of the rest of the group, do you think you can continue your search?
I had an idea if you want.
Of course, I'm willing to listen.
Chris, you were head of the carpentry, right? That was your crew?
In construction, yes.
What do you think of the wood and the material so far?
They're useful. It's not the best for ships, but it's good for building materials. It's lighter than other materials. Not great against blunt trauma.
And... sorry.
He kind of starts to say something and is almost mumbling to himself as he's just kind of realizing that most of the information isn't really useful.
How much of your team is still here?
Looks at Rae.
Hi.
Just you?
As far as we can tell, yes. But again, we haven't scoured the entire island or the entire beachfront. Could be more people.
Gwen... Gwen was part of the team.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the other two members are at the bottom of the ocean.
Well...
yeah.
Oh, the ones that had to be left under the deck of the ship. Of course.
I don't
I'm
know.
sad again.
Sorry. What'd you say, Rae?
No, I was just making an out of character comment. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
I also kind of want to hear it.
I said I'm sad again.
I don't know what the rest of you think of this idea, but we have 3 of the carpenters and some of the materials. We have some in the archaeological crew. It would be hard, but we could try to carry out as normal, and we have to build a whole archaeological settlement. If we can get that up and running, we'd probably have a good establishment here.
We can definitely set that as a goal. Right now, I want to focus on a primary encampment. Just something to at least give people shelter while we work. It's going to take time to set up a proper archaeological...
Well, that's what I meant. I meant we're already here to establish that, so we already have the people with the knowledge of what we were going to build in the first place. We can start that off and build it up as we have the time. I meant it more, not necessarily let's focus on the archaeology. I meant it on we were going to build it anyways. So we'll... Am I explaining this right? Do you get where I'm trying to go?
I'm wondering if there's just a miscommunication happening. I do understand what you're saying. Yes, it is a good idea to just at least carry on and start getting our settlements built. But it's going to take time to build it in the way that sort of construction was designed. Already, the plan was to have some small camps for loggers and the researchers. I would prefer right now to have all of our manpower consolidated to one main location.
I guess. All right, that's where the miscommunication would be, right? Yeah, that was my idea too. It was one big camp. I guess I just didn't explain it right. My point was more, we have the carpenters, we have the materials. We should just build up a settlement.
Alright, yeah. That's... I think we're in agreement then. At the very least, yes, yeah. So, same plan as before then. Have you lots try to gather up resources towards that goal. And as well, hopefully, while we're here, we can try to get people situated, give people a purpose, so that... And he looks off towards the captain's corpse. Can maintain some sort of order.
Oh, there's one thing I think we all should hear first before we all split up and start figuring things out. Gwen, Kedron.
Gwen looks up and nods toward you.
I know you guys were looking into the jungle, and then Kedron, you were looking at the animals on the shorelines for resources, food, water. What'd you find?
Nods. Well, on my end of things, we have found a good amount of very edible, very, very safe berries. Some of them I recognize from other tropical areas. Others appear to be local adaptation, but as a hunter, I am used to identifying how they are safe. And otherwise, just small game, and usually that comes in with these very pretty birds flying above us. They don't seem to be too shy about greeting us, so I've used that to my advantage. Though I don't have much in the way of arrows, only those that I had in my pack. About 20. So, if there is any situation where one of my arrows breaks or I lose one, it would hurt a lot more than if I had a full quiver.
Weird
And
question.
Like, she's about to say something else, but she kind of drifts off and continues looking at the jungle. Question.
So, actually, let me... Oh, never mind. It wouldn't work to... I don't think it would work for how I pictured it.
What are you picturing?
Mold earth to make arrowheads.
Let me check Mold Earth.
Stone arrowheads might work.
I just checked.
Yeah.
Is it a temporary effect?
Cause shapes, colors, or both to appear on the dirt or stone, spelling out words, creating images, or shaping patterns. The changes last for 1 hour. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an aesthetic thing, isn't it?
So long as you use the arrows within that hour. I don't think that's how it works, though.
I think it's just aesthetic changes.
Well, yeah, because it creates difficult terrain, or you can use it to excavate areas.
Oh, so then it actually does move stuff around.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does move stuff.
I guess that's DM discretion then, if that would work.
Like, I would allow it to move sand, because there is dirt underneath sand, typically. It's more like actually being able to mold the sand into a shape is way different. You know, especially if you're trying to make sand into rough terrain. Like, how?
I meant more. I guess it's DM discretion on whether or not Drauger could use it to make the arrowheads if he would like to find like a rock.
I mean, yeah, but
Oh,
well,
there is. I
yeah,
do
there's
want to
the
bring up.
Go ahead.
It's not necessarily relevant because we're not doing a whole lot with 2024, but there is a new cantrip called Elementalism that lets you do some cool stuff. You get to sculpt elements that way. It might be worth looking into if you're a druid, sorcerer, or a wizard who wants to be able to do something like that. I don't know if that's a spell we would want to allow, but it's a cantrip.
I'm sure I can easily craft some. I just need the time to scavenge resources, of course. And as for me, I have been able to generally note that most of the fish and the birds, as Gwen stated, are fairly safe. There are some larger fish species that can be aggressive, but not enough to cause too much harm. Save for some of the larger species of sharks, though I doubt there'll be much of a problem.
Levina looks at Drauger.
Yeah, I mean, I already killed one.
Look at Liliana right now. Where's she at?
Liliana is with some of the other scribes.
How long has she been back?
There are a few poisonous species that appear, or not poisonous, venomous species. They have spines that you should be very careful of. Otherwise, I found just clipping them and will usually take that away and make them safe for consumption. Shellfish varieties appear to be abundant. Crabs, the like. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you both very much.
As for the spines on those fish, I'm not entirely sure myself how much it would last after they're cut off, but maybe they can be put to use for defensive purposes for us.
I'd have to look at a method of preservation, though
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't exactly have the supplies I'd need for long-term storage.
We can dabble as we go. Now, where Jogger and I washed up, actually, there's a source of fresh water. So, if we wanted to, we could potentially move the camp closer to over there. That way we don't have to travel too far.
Calories are important.
I think we all have a decently good plan of this. I definitely want to locate a spot with good space for construction. Obviously, it's probably going to be more of a temporary location. We'll be heading deeper into the jungle eventually for more permanent habitation. But at the very least for now, it gives us a spot and will hopefully let us work on that port that was originally planned. Oh, with no ships to dock, I start to wonder how much use that'll be.
I mean, it might still be useful. We could use it for fishing further out. We could use it for when we actually are able to perhaps craft our own vessel. It'll take time, but
True.
we could do it.
Well, Rae, if you'd like to take charge.
Yeah, You guys go on ahead. I just want to chat with Gwen first a little bit over here, if that's okay.
We have been leveling for a bit of time. We could take a bit of a break before we leave again, yes?
Of course, feel free to rest up. We'll set up some campfires, see if we can, at the very least, build some small makeshift shelters to provide shade. Take an hour, gather yourselves.
There are some tents, yes? How many was it?
It's a question for Rae and Drauger.
How many tents did we get again?
So you got about 5 two-person tents.
Oh, we got about 5 two-person tents.
Oh, and 3 bedrolls.
And 3 bedrolls.
Well,
And a fishing rod.
Get snuggling.
actually, we have more than that. Levina will put down her bag, because in my inventory, I have a bedroll from my explorer's pack and a two-person tent from my background.
And I have a bedroll too.
I also have a bedroll.
How much of
These
our
some
stock
things.
survived?
That's true.
I threw my tent and
I
bedroll
will
out.
allow, like, the bedrolls and the two-person tent. But, afterwards I might go through your inventory and see, like, no, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone.
I threw my tent and
I think-
bedroll out a while ago.
Oh, say that again?
I threw my tent and bedroll out a while ago.
Oh. I will say, like, definitely the rations are gone, and some of you have lost some of the, spare weapons. Like Chris. But you probably haven't lost too much weight.
Torches.
Well,
Each of you
setting
roll me a
up, I'm gonna
d4.
go-
Not much of a torch anymore. More of a stick.
Joke's on you, I threw out my torches also.
Threw them out!
Joke's on you, I didn't even take a pack. Oh my god.
Yep, whatever result you get from the d4 is how many torches you've lost.
Guys! I keep rolling high on the worst thing!
I only lost 1 torch.
I lost
Yeah.
3.
I'm
I
gonna go
mean,
try and catch up.
anybody need torches? Anybody need my torches specifically? I think I'm the one person that doesn't fucking need a torch.
I mean, I don't really need it either. I'm good. I got
I mean,
300 feet of dark vision.
You
I'm
are in
silly.
a survival situation. I'm pretty sure a torch is very important.
No, I'm
Oh.
saying because I have the GTFO Light of Allah.
Oh.
So what is a nat 20 fish? Catch me?
Dude.
You caught a carp. Now they can carpool.
I... Once more, you fight and fight and fight way more than the young shark earlier. And then there's a specific fish in mind. You pull up a
Blue ring
Big
octopus.
motherfucking mahi-mahi.
Oh.
Oh, I will take that.
I would say that
Sunfish?
no, that's
It's a
a
big fish.
Mahi-mahi is like this big, like, blunt-headed looking thing. It's blue, green.
Oh, yeah.
They're called a dolphin fish.
Yeah,
Oh.
But
Is that a fucking sunfish?
is
Well,
that
why
a fucking
was-
sunfish?
Why am I rolling
You
good
gave
when
it-
it comes
I
to
was-
fishing? But
Apparently,
everything
I'm gonna
else-
have to give you like proficiency in fishing.
I was
mean,
about to be a
fucking-
little miffed.
At this
of-
point,
You were gonna be miffed.
gonna be miffed for the fact of You gave because I thought it was a sunfish, so I was gonna be like, you gave us the most useless fish on the fucking planet.
Apparently,
You gave
they
us,
don't taste like that bad.
but they have no nutrition whatsoever.
Oh, never
They have
mind then.
no. They
Yeah,
are.
no, you get a
basically-
dolphin fish, and I'd say that's about worth like 4 rations.
Guys, I got more food.
Horatio,
Is this thing bigger than
Diligent
me, by the way?
Sylvia, Gwen, they all look at you. Like, you can just feel just this sense of shock and surprise, and just almost like just this sense of what the fuck.
Is this thing bigger than me?
Yes!
It's enough to feed
nice.
4 people for the day.
I'll take it.
Gwen looks towards Rae. Is this just what he has been doing the entire day?
Yeah, it's got a couple of things.
Fuck me.
Yeah, I'm 3'6" and 100 pounds. This thing is definitely bigger than me.
Yeah, I mean, I tried fishing when we first decided who was going to do what, and then I just gave up and decided to cut the trees.
Well, fuck me. By the gods. I am a little speechless, but you know what? I am impressed and I am very thankful. So,
Also, Gwen, can we chat over here for a quick second?
yes, of course. On the way. Just... I will be right back.
Gonna go for another fish.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Aelea's writing so much. She's writing everything.
Yeah, Fable is writing down some stuff.
Has anybody
Oh,
gone
yeah,
into the
what about-
jungle yet?
Yeah.
Gwen's crew
That's
did.
what Gwen's doing. And she looked real paranoid coming back.
Was that
Oh.
a in-character question?
Yeah.
Oh.
Gwen's group just came back a little bit before you did. They brought some fruits and herbs and also some of the birds. Why? Sylvia just kind of looks at you with her big blue eyes.
Blue-eyed stare.
Curious. Chris?
Sorry, one more time.
Diligent
Completely
Sylvia just explained that Gwen came back a little bit before you did with fruits, herbs, and some of the birds.
straight. Gwen, what did you see in there?
Gwen is over talking with Rae.
Oh, so I
Speaking
will
of-
follow.
Rae, you would see Gwen every so often would cast a glance towards the jungle, but then takes a breath, collects herself, nods to you. What can I do for you?
I didn't want to bring it up in front of a whole bunch of people because, you know, sometimes people don't exactly like that, but you seem very worried about there. Do you want to talk about it?
I am a hunter, Rae. I get a sense for the land, and for the creatures that hunt it. Could feel something out there, watching me. And it wasn't a bird. Too big. Too smart. Too quiet.
Could that potentially be a reason that some of the birds don't seem too bothered by us because there's something else out there?
Perhaps. I did not want to say it, but it is not a hard guess. Rather than seeing us as potential predators, it is possible that they see us as just more pickings.
Alright, I think it would be very good for you to bring this up to Horatio, definitely, for sure.
I will soon, but in the meantime, we should put the captain to rest. I don't want the birds to get to him.
Sure. That would definitely be for the best. Let everybody say their goodbyes and send them off.
And Gwen will also nod to you, Chris. Is there something that you would like to talk about as well?
That's what I did want to talk about.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm gonna stand watch. You guys can attend.
And so, under the careful watch of Chris, the captain is given a proper naval burial. Or at the very least, as proper as can be for a group of shipwrecked survivors. A makeshift raft is crafted from some of the debris, and his medals are placed upon his chest in full visibility. His arms are crossed, and in lieu of the Iskin flag, one of the crew members rips off a patch of cloth and gently places it over the captain's face. Then looks towards the ground the entire time. Their expression is stone. Jaw set hard. Not on the brink of crying, but definitely that realm of grief and mourning. She looks to the group and signs, asking for a torch, hoping that someone else other than Chris understands sign language.
If no one does, then Chris will be the one. He's kind of like watching from afar, like kind of keeping to his own, because doesn't really understand all this. But
Chris,
seeing her reach for it, ask for it, will bring it over.
then nods and gives a sharp whistle as all of the surviving ship crew members, which at this point is only a handful, stand at attention. Then pushes the little raft out a little bit, lights the torch, and then places it to the fabric, allowing it to set alight. And then she places the torch upon the captain's chest and steps back onto the shore and salutes. The few other crew members, as the expeditionary members, look on in some wonder, also snap a salute as the raft drifts into the wake over some of the small waves, burning brightly until it vanishes off past one of the stone arches.
May lightning lead, and Levina will flip a coin into the water.
Then looks towards you, Levina, and shuts her eyes for a moment. gives you a deep nod of gratitude. Levina, I would like you to gain a point of inspiration.
I'd like to say, Levina, you take 1d6 lightning damage as Adra smites you.
Vin then gives a sharp whistle, and the crew snap back into attention. And 2 short whistles, the crew members return to what they were doing. Levina remains... Or not Levina. Ven remains alongside Levina at the shoreline, watching. She remains at attention the entire time.
Levina will salute, but return with the rest of the crew just to give Ven that piece.
Horatio has been standing off with the rest of the expeditionary force most of this time. Arms crossed, leaned up against a tree. He gives you a nod, Levina.
Simple nod back.
Each warrior has their own way of receiving respect. I'm sure the captain's crew appreciated what you gave them.
I do what I can, even though I think I'm the only follower of Adros here.
They say that a ship's spirit remains with her captain. So when a captain passes on, he returns home. Back to the captain's quarters where he belongs.
Perhaps someday we'll see it sailing on the horizon again.
Maybe. Go rest with us for the group. Gonna have a busy day. Need to make sure we have some shelter set up before nightfall. Then,
yeah,
as Horatio pushes off from the tree, and he makes his way over to you, Chris, pats you on the shoulder, looks out towards the jungle. We're in uncharted waters here, Chris.
Hey.
Hope you're ready for what's to come.
Thanks. Unfortunately, it's what I was trained for.
Let's do our best to keep everyone safe, yeah?
Yes, sir.
And with that, we will end tonight's session.
Alright,